In the secluded corners of our world, tales of the extraordinary whisper through the rustling leaves and over the windswept plains. This night, we embark on a serene voyage into the realm of the truly distinct, real monster sightings that were never debunked. From the mist-laden hills of West Virginia to the mystery-veiled waters of Lake Tianchi, these chronicles blur the line between reality and the inexplicable. As we trace the footsteps of eyewitnesses and sift through official reports, we are reminded of the profound mysteries that elude our grasp. Settle into this contemplative journey, where shadows hold truths yet revealed. And so begins our journey into the mist-laden realms of forgotten lore, where the ordinary collides with the extraordinary, and reality dances on the edges of our belief. We find ourselves in the serene embrace of Flatwoods, West Virginia, during the autumn of 1952, a small town unknowingly teetering on the brink of an epical encounter that would defy rational explanations and defy the shackles of debunking efforts for decades to come. This tale is a gentle waltz through the chronicles of history, a mosaic composed of testimonies and mysteries, woven together with threads of fear, intrigue, and the age-old pursuit of understanding. As we are drawn deeper into this enigmatic narrative, our tale commences on an evening where the sky above the town was a canvas of fading twilight hues, tinged with the crisp breath of autumn. Laughter echoed through the air as local children played under the firmament, only to be abruptly silenced by a gleaming streak slicing across the heavens, a luminous visitor deemed a fireball by those enchanted by its presence. Yet this was no ordinary transient star. It heralded an unfolding mystery potent enough to carve itself into the annals of enigmatic lore. Its disappearance into the nearby hills marked the beginning, a harbinger of events that would forever transform this sleepy town into a nexus of curiosity and wonder. Guided by a confluence of anticipation and unease, the children, accompanied by a few adults, embarked on a journey both literal and metaphorical toward the source of the celestial intrusion. Their path, illuminated by the soft glow of moonlight and waning daylight, was a pilgrimage into the unknown, a passage leading into a reality where the lines between myth and fact blurred into twilight. With each step, the gathered community entered deeper into the shadows, their collective curiosity entwined with a shared courage. Little did they know that their innocent expedition would embroil them in a narrative that would perplex scientists and capture the imaginations of storytellers around the world. Upon reaching the destination of their search, an odd mist curled like tendrils of forgotten dreams, veiling the land in an ethereal shroud. It was within this haze that the first whispers of the unknown began to materialize, shapes coalescing on the periphery of vision. The onlookers, their senses heightened by the uncertainty of the moment, began to discern a figure standing amidst the trees, a figure that would become the first chapter in the saga of the Flatwoods Monster. Described variously as a towering, humanoid specter enrobed in an odd, mechanical armor, the creature's gaze pierced the night with unsettling red eyes, reminiscent of a nightly apparition reborn into a world unfamiliar with its existence. This hybrid of awe and dread etched itself into their memories, the accounts of its appearance lingering with vivid detail, a testament to the fear and fascination it commanded. By now, eyewitnesses were faced with an encounter so surreal, it seemed the veil between worlds had thinned, revealing a visage both wondrous and terrifying. The hearts of those present pounded like the ancient drums of forgotten ceremonies, and their testimonies varied, yet shared an undeniable cohesion. Each description, spoken with a tremor of disbelief, painted a picture of an entity crowned with a spade-shaped head, framed by an otherworldly glow that suffused the clearing with an eerie light. The being's massive torso pulsed with lights of shifting hues, intensifying the aura of mystery and magnifying the dread it instilled. This was more than a fleeting glimpse. It was a confrontation with the cosmic unknown, a moment poised at the intersection of the terrestrial and the extraordinary, where reality seemed to slip its bonds and allow the otherworldly to claim its rightful place. As stories spread through the tapestry of the town, reactions were woven with threads of terror and curiosity, yet all issued from the shared understanding that something profound had unfolded that night. These testimonies laid the groundwork for the legend of the Flatwoods Monster, binding the community with threads of skepticism and belief, uniting them in the face of an entity too captivating to be dismissed as mere folklore. Among the night's witnesses stood Eugene Lemon, a young National Guardsman, his stance lending an aura of credibility and formality to the proceedings. His presence bestowed a veneer of authority to a narrative that might otherwise have been dismissed as the fevered imaginings of a frightened group. Lemon's account imbued the unfolding mystery with a sense of gravitas, fixing it firmly within the realm of documented phenomena, demanding attention and further exploration. His testimony acted as an anchor in the storm of confusion, providing tether to the tales swirling around. Authority figures, drawn to the claim by its remarkable nature, initiated inquiries that yielded tangible evidence: scorched earth, lingerings of an acrid aroma, and physical traces that echoed the witnesses' accounts. The involvement of law enforcement added layers of complexity, as report after report gathered gravity with each retelling. The sheriff's office, entangled within the fibers of narrative, added to the dialogue by contributing findings that corroborated an undeniable anomaly: unexplained burn marks visible upon the earth, a chemical stench permeating the air, attesting to an experience begging for comprehension. In and amongst these findings, the United States Air Force found cause to embroil itself in the enigma, drawn in by whispers from within the shadows. The phenomenon was catalogued into the annals of Project Blue Book, the Air Force's meticulous exegesis of unidentified flying objects, marking it for official examination and birthing a story that reached beyond the town's borders into the national consciousness. The careful scrutiny served only to heighten the tale's allure, transcending it from local legend to an object of wider intrigue. As the flames of curiosity spread, the media awoke with ravenous intent, seizing upon the unfolding story with fervor. Reporters swarmed the town, weaving narratives that sometimes complicated the tale, but beneath the embroidery of hyperbole, the story retained its core essence. Headlines invoked monsters and mysteries, wringing the imagination to captivate an audience far removed but equally enchanted. The retelling reached ears near and far, propelling Flatwoods into a limelight demanding attention, thrilling the nation with a blend of myth and potential truth that resonated across divides. Even as the town shimmered in the glow of newfound attention, skeptics emerged to deconstruct what had dawned. Some pointed to the misidentified vision of a meteor or the flickering eyes of an owl aflame with reflected light. Others proclaimed mass hysteria a likelier explanation. But the resilience of the witness accounts and the silent testimony of physical evidence stood defiant against simplistic dismissals and demanded a broader examination. The inherent contradictions within each analysis invited discourse, infusing discussions with rich layers of complexity that engendered a continued fascination with the tale. In the decades that unfolded between then and now, the story of the Flatwoods Monster has ingrained itself into cultural consciousness. It is more than a mere anecdote. It is a symbol of the interplay of science, myth, and the collective imagination. Transcending Flatwoods, it weaves jagged threads into the burgeoning field of ufology, echoing throughout discussions of cosmic visitors. Within this discourse, the monster morphs into a facet of a larger odyssey. A saga in a universe teeming with possibilities. A story that resonates like a cosmic chord with a frequency all its own. As we stand on the precipice of understanding and unknowing, the narrative calls each new generation to bridge the chasm between the known and the mysterious. The elongated shadows cast by the Flatwoods Monster stretch into contemporary tales, stirring intrigue within modernity's discourse. Podcasts profess lore, documentaries dissect narratives, and communities wrestle with the implications, each component woven from the thread of an encounter so profound it continues to beckon. The legacy of that fateful night reverberates through Flatwoods, shaping its identity as an enigmatic waystation for seekers of the unusual. Local culture embraces this heritage, integrating it into an evolving tapestry of exploration and fascination. Within the town's heart, the story pulses with renewed vigor, breathing life into tourism and inspiring cultural exploration. Monumental reminders encrypt its essence, embedding the mystery within displays of curiosity and remembrance, standing sentinels to an encounter which challenges our perception of reality. It's this rich interplay between memory and modernity that allows the Flatwoods Monster to emerge anew, timelessly invigorated by humanity's perpetual excitement for the unparalleled. Through the continuing interplay between mythology and reality, speculation and scientific pursuit, the phantom stands ever at the crossroads of human imagination, an icon inviting us to saunter unknown paths, holding fast to our innate curiosity as we wander toward a horizon tinged with both dread and radiant wonder. Thus, the echoes of the Flatwoods Monster herald an endless expedition, perpetuated by time and the narratives of us all, mystery and truth entwined in a celestial embrace. In the stillness of a spring night in 1977, the small town of Dover, Massachusetts, found itself entangled in a puzzle both fascinating and bewildering. Amidst its serene New England landscape, an encounter unfolded with such peculiarity that it escaped the grasp of easy explanation, coiled in the shadows of existence. An enigmatic tale known as the Dover Demon, slowly emerging into the consciousness of believers and skeptics alike. The creature's brief appearance wove a fragile thread of mystery into the tapestry of the world's unsolved phenomena. As twilight descended over Massachusetts, the ordinary world obscured its routines beneath a cloak of curiosity that incited the soul's reflection. It was within this very veil that three young souls in Dover found themselves caught in an encounter as ephemeral as it was inexplicable. Among them was Bill Bartlett, journeying with friends along Farm Street when confronted by the strange and unsettling visage of an entity etched in his mind with alarming clarity. The creature, perched upon a stone wall, bore an oval head with captivating, glowing orange eyes that seemed to pierce through their realm into ours, a spectral bridge tethering ephemeral glimpses of another existence. The magnitude of Bartlett's experience could scarcely be measured, yet in his heart remained an imprint of it, an impression refined by purity rather than artifice. Desperation fueled his sketch of the apparition, an endeavor reflecting a solemn desire to encapsulate the ineffable. In his own words, the inexplicable danced across the page, each line drawn a step further into the depths of the ineffable landscape. His depiction revealed a creature absent of fur, thin as if carved from the ethereal mist, beginning a narrative that resonated through the echoes of time. A mere stone's throw from the crack in reality's fabric, that Bartlett had glimpsed another strand in the woven tale of mystery was forming. On that same night, John Baxter too traversed into the realm of the Dover Demon. Walking along Miller Hill Road, he encountered not a neighbor, as he presumed, but a singular form that challenged every facet of normality he held dear. The creature's form, humanoid yet foreign, evoked a fear primal and ancient, whispering of bygone gods and beasts ungoverned by man's logic. In Baxter's tentative recounting lies the raw unveiling of fear, unadulterated, unrefined, a testament to the complexities of perception when brushed by the intangible. The persistence of this otherworldly presence was far from merely nocturnal. As dusk reclaimed the sky the following evening, Abby Brabham and her companion Will Tainter crossed the threshold of certainty into the unfolding mystery. Along Springdale Avenue, where shadows lingered like wisps of ghostly memories, they too encountered the embodiment of the enigma. The creature's head, nefariously round, its eyes lit with an otherworldly glow, embodied a profound terror wrapped in intrigue. The testimonies of these young witnesses, each independent yet hauntingly concordant, began to meld into a coherent narrative, a tapestry drawn with threads spun from both dread and wonder. Their experiences transcended individual perception, forming a collective memory wherein separate understandings became an unsung symphony of interlaced whispers encircling the heart of the town. The outward manifestations of the pupils' encounters took shape in their sketches, which, when viewed together, offered a surreal, almost paradoxical harmony. Each drawing, a portal into an unexplained encounter, began to harmonize into a singular visage, asserting an unerring unity among them. Bartlett's depiction captured the eerie essence of the transcendental form. Eyes like reflective orbs affixed to an elongated vessel of enigma, while Abby's imagery echoed, as if another angle to the same visage. These sketches, not mere artistic expressions, but quiet invitations for us to journey into the labyrinthine corridors of possibility, reaffirm a deep-seated veracity standing in stubborn defiance of casual dismissal. The emotional abyss into which the witnesses were cast cannot be underestimated. Facing the unseen, the unknown, a raw connection between reality and realms uncharted, imbued their perceptions with new depth. The charming normalcy they once inhabited twisted briefly, reshaped by the shadows of unanswered questions. For those who inhabited Dover, rumors of the phenomenon crept into existence like tendrils of mist beneath the door, cajoling both skepticism and silent wonder from their lips. A town, securely anchored to its traditions, now found itself adrift amidst the flux of belief and doubt. The news carried whispers of the demon beyond Dover's embrace, enticing media into a dance with the mystery. In print, the innocence of the witnesses melded with the echo of the unexplained, sprawling across pages that captured imaginations far and wide. Accusations of sensationalism at gunpoint danced a fragile ballet with expressions of sincerity, tracing the path of the unexplainable's shadow. Amidst the delicate interplay of doubt and acceptance, skeptics mournfully plucked at the strings of rationality, searching for explanations that might stabilize a world shaking beneath the weight of wonder. Yet each rational theory, beast, hysteria, phantasm, wilted beneath scrutiny, unable to loculate the intangible essence of truth as conveyed through unassuming, earnest voices. Meanwhile, doors to realms unexplored widened ever so slightly at the touch of the mystery's shadow. Portals into alternate dimensions, whispering some truths of creation born beyond mundane perception. Perhaps the Dover demon stood simply as the universe's ripple against the veil governing our senses. A harbinger of interdimensional awareness, it beckoned our kenning to yield beyond visible horizons. Touched by innocence, these youthful witnesses, free of jaded preconceptions, heightened our understanding. In the experiences of young minds, perception and courage meshed into an honest exploration. Through such unaltered lenses, they shared glimpses of the world anew, one layered in mysteries and immensities awaiting understanding. Therein lies a broader lesson, that the voice of youth often sings the truest ballads of experience when faced with enigmas that transcend known boundaries. Around the circle, Dover's once skeptical denizens found softer steps, nearing a place more akin to belief. As certainty eroded, skepticism unfurled, scored by the harmony of testimony. Those once encased in disbelief, reframed within the challenge of unexplored dimensions, discovered new paths to understanding their place amidst ongoing mysteries. Across the world, tales of creatures woven from the same otherworldly fabric have surfaced, echoing through folklore and literature alike, a timeless weave sewn from imagination's great tapestry. In the Dover demon, echoes reverberate that recall the chupacabra, the greys, each creature part of an expansive narrative, transcending cultural demarcations. Universal themes inhabit this cryptid chorus, captivating, unsettling, yet binding minds together in shared wonder and awe. Symbolism, shaped by the lens of cultural introspection, transforms each narrative again. Within the sighting of the Dover demon, a tale shifts, adapting and altering as it crosses worn borders, aligning with local mythos and philosophy. In every retelling, unique translations and interpretations inscribe an ever larger narrative, transcending individuality to embrace commonality across humanity's grand symphony of storytelling. Memory, selective and transformative, endures as a vessel of intangible truth, merging vision with perception. Again, within the minds of Bartlett, Baxter, and Brabham, shadows of the incident reconstruct an unfathomable ceremony, animated beyond its origins, encompassing the emotional melody in which fear and understanding dance their eternal waltz. Time flows on, yet in its wake lingers the mythos formed by a collective consciousness. The Dover demon finds presence not solely in Dover's wooded enclaves, but extends its spectral tendrils through literary fields and beyond into the vast cosmos of modern myth. This melding of legend and reality recalls humanity's undying quest to discern the narratives that dwell both within our hearts and upon the edges of our perception. Embracing the story is to confront the echo itself, the perpetual witness to the unshared truths that reality whispers yet leaves unspoken. To witness this is to honor reflections that reveal not answers, but questions ringing through the cloistered labyrinths of human experience. To the woods of Dover, where the unseen weaves through the forest textures, the shadows dwell among foliage, etching themselves upon the minds of all who dare to seek. Here, the tale of the Dover demon finds its resting place, cradled in mystery, the essence of belonging woven into the earth's intent to mystify, to enchant, to be understood only in the soft whispers of its depths. Recounting personal reflection, Bartlett retraces steps long walked, embracing an experience that shaped more than a journey, touched by the auras of perception's boundary. Here in moments, intertwined between understanding and obscurity, blossoms a narrative of existence embraced and surpassed, a tale beyond night, flowing into a perpetuity both tender and timeless. The demon remains a haunting echo in contemporary folklore and fable, a fitful thread finding harmony with tales crafted from the depths of the unknown. It becomes an enduring presence, inspiring seekers, igniting imaginations, deep within open hearts driven by the call of the ineffable and the forgotten. With each retelling, the intrepid whisper persists, inviting others to contemplate, question, imagine a reality wider, vaster than mere perception reveals. As the echoes of the demon continue to invigorate our souls, we journey alongside amidst shadows, joined by thousands tethered from every epoch. Forever palpable remains belief, deftly evading the finite, a spectacle ignored by none who open their hearts to explore the universe's hidden caverns. For those courageous enough to listen, the infant has ever danced, ever whispered transcendence of form, still held within dimensions nonpareil, while dawning upon this world a tapestry brilliant, beautiful, and unfurling, stitched into cosmic symphony with transition that shall not fade away. On the night of April 25, 1973, the peaceful atmosphere of Enfield, Illinois, was interrupted by an encounter that would etch itself into the annals of American cryptid lore. The town, typically shrouded in quiet and simplicity, was suddenly the site of an unsettling mystery as young Greg Garrett dashed into the safety of his home, breathless and terrified. His vivid account of a creature with 3 legs, short arms, and menacing claws ignited the community's imagination and anxiety. It was a tale that swept through Enfield like a chilling wind, painting images of red eyes glowing with intensity and a shrill screech reverberating into the night. Such visions captivated the minds of the townsfolk, sparking both dread and wonder as they contemplated the possible existence of a being that defied known reality. As whispers of the creature's presence scattered through the town like autumn leaves, local authorities found themselves drawn into the enigma. Police Chief Boylan, together with vigilant locals, strove to unravel the mystery that had taken root in their community. Initial skepticism gave way to a creeping unease as more reports emerged, each account an intricate brushstroke in the portrait of something stranger than imagination. The residents of Enfield banded together, united by their yearning to understand this mystery, this collective journey into the unknown, challenging their perceptions of reality. The tension of that night lay thick in the air, a silent echo among the stars that glittered above Enfield. Law enforcement officers, typically grounded in the factual and tangible, found themselves thrust into a surreal investigation. Among their ranks, Deputy Sheriff Mr. Kindler's vivid recounting of the encounter confirmed the townsfolk's growing apprehension. His initial dismissal of the reports shifted dramatically upon witnessing the unexplainable, a creature beyond the scope of their training, an entity that defied the familiar boundaries of the natural world. The epicenter of this surreal drama was the home of Henry McDaniel, a well-respected resident whose life took an unexpected turn on that fateful April night. Awakened by a sound that sliced through the night's silence, McDaniel ventured forth, his curiosity laced with caution. What he encountered was beyond any previous comprehension, a being with an unnatural form, an entity seemingly neither man nor beast. With burning red eyes and a peculiar gait, it shattered the confines of ordinary experience. McDaniel's detailed account, delivered with unwavering conviction, lent weight to an official report and reignited the swirling narrative enveloping the town. The geographical backdrop of Enfield provided a fitting theater for such mystery. Nestled amid patches of dense woodland and sprawling fields, the town was a tapestry of enigmatic potential, where shadows clung to the landscape and whispers of ancient tales lingered in the air. It was within this setting that the Enfield horror found its perfect stage for elusive movement, hidden among the rustling leaves and moonlit clearings. The weather on the night of the sightings wove its own layer into the unfolding story, with breezes gently stirring the trees, casting phantoms of movement upon the edges of perception. Like monologues in symphony, with local folklore of hauntings and spiritual visitations. As additional testimonies surfaced from throughout Enfield, patterns began to emerge. A consistent description of a creature 4 to 5 feet tall, its movements alternating between bipedal and a bizarre, leaping tripedal motion. This uniformity in witness accounts lent a semblance of legitimacy to a story that might otherwise have been dismissed as mere communal imagining. Among these tales was a shared undercurrent of fear, intermingled with awe, articulated in voices that trembled with the weight of an authentic encounter. As local newspapers picked up the story, the media's involvement further legitimized these experiences, transforming the Enfield horror from a mere local curiosity into a riddle with national intrigue. In the aftermath of the initial sighting, a tangible artifact emerged from the annals of imagination. Footprints, impressions stark against the earth, measuring approximately 4 inches in diameter. These found their way into the hearts of both townsfolk and investigating officers, intriguing all with their alien pattern. Theories abounded. The impressions were merely illusions born of imagination, or perhaps playful pranks. Yet, the evidence persisted, teasing curiosity and challenging skepticism as they materialized anew on successive nights. Media portrayal played an essential role in shaping the legend that spread beyond Enfield. Initial cautious coverage gave way to a more sensational narrative as accounts continued to unfold. Through their headlines, journalists captured the local zeitgeist, weaving tales that blended fact with poetic embellishment, leaving an indelible mark on public consciousness. The media narrative balanced on the tightrope of skepticism and belief, inviting readers and listeners into a realm where the known and the mysterious intertwined. The Enfield horror story, steeped in American folklore, naturally drew parallels with rich narratives passed down through generations. Indigenous legends of wandering spirits and transformations provided one lens through which to interpret the creature's presence. A visitor from another realm, a bearer of ancient wisdom, or perhaps a harbinger of change. Throughout these interpretations, vibrant cultural undercurrents enriched the creature's myth, linking past and present and fusing old narratives with newer burgeoning myths. As the tale of Enfield spread, external investigators arrived, each bringing diverse perspectives to extend the town's dialogue on the enigma. Researchers and cryptid enthusiasts alike descended upon Enfield, driven by curiosity and a desire to decode the unfamiliar. Among them, anthropologist Dr. Lester Owsley delved into the psychological and social fabric woven by these narratives, while cryptozoologist Ken Gerhardt explored the empirical evidence, including the elusive footprints. These outsiders provided fresh viewpoints, layering scientific inquiry with folklore and pushing the boundaries of understanding. While enthusiasts sought out signs of unexplained phenomena, skeptics found solace in rational explanations. The story was dissected with a critical eye, theories emerging to paint it as mass hysteria, optical illusion, or mere misinterpretation of local wildlife. These analyses were guided by the quest for order amid chaos, minds venturing into the collision between fear and fact, each reasoned explanation contributing to the rich tapestry of discourse surrounding the legend. The psychological impact of such a tale cannot be underestimated. residents of Enfield found themselves woven into a narrative that transcended personal experience, a shared brush with the inexplicable knitting them closer together. For some, the horror lurked as an unsettling presence in dreams and conversations, while others embraced it as an opportunity to delve deeper into questions of belief. United by the mystery, the townsfolk engaged in vibrant discourse, exploring themes of perception and reality, until the enigmatic creature became a reflection of the universal human condition. Embedded within the annals of American cryptid folklore, the Enfield Horror stands beside legends like Bigfoot and the Mothman, resonating with a fundamental human quest for meaning amid the uncharted. As the legend continues to inspire stories and spark debates, it calls upon humanity to reflect upon its fascination with the mysterious, to ponder what lies beyond the observable, and consider the narratives that guide beliefs in the face of the unknown. The tale of Enfield's enigma, now woven into local folklore, illustrates the transformational power of storytelling. With each retelling, the myth grows, evolving through the lens of those who narrate it. Future generations will intertwine these threads into their fabric, considering the legend not as mere pastime, but as a vessel for philosophical reflection and cultural identity. This cycle of evolution ensures that even as the original witnesses fade from memory, the story endures, passed down as an emblem of humanity's ongoing dialogue with the mysteries that dwell just beyond the edge of understanding. By interpreting the Enfield Horror through different cultural lenses, new dimensions of meaning emerge. Indigenous perspectives resonate with themes of transformation and transcendence, while international comparisons explore cryptids as universal symbols of boundary crossers and guardians of otherworldly gates. Such tales unite diverse cultures, binding human experience to the enigmatic with a shared acknowledgement of the unknown's power. Artistic and literary communities have embraced the Enfield Horror as a catalyst for creative exploration, drawing inspiration from its nebulous origins and rich narrative potential. Artists and writers capture the enigma through varied methods, whether expressing it visually with strokes of fright and fascination, or capturing its atmosphere in brooding tales that delve into the heart of the uncanny. The creature's legacy persists in these artistic expressions, fueling imaginations with the beauty found in mystery's embrace. The Enfield Horror's kinship with other notorious cryptid legends, like the Mothman or Chupacabra, reveals humanity's myth-making impulse across cultures. Through comparative lenses, these apparitions shed light on darker aspects of reality, encouraging analyses that link shared motifs with broad psychological tendencies. In doing so, they affirm a universal desire to connect with nature's enigmas, to explore the tension between belief and certainty with an eye to the wonders found within the shadows. Scientific and cryptozoological perspectives offer a fertile ground for continued exploration of the unknown, as the cryptid community eagerly examines the Enfield Horror's potential reality. Their inquiries are grounded neither in certainty nor dismissal, but rather in a desire to narrow the gaps between perception and truth. Through advanced technologies and innovative methodologies, they forge a path toward understanding, driven by the tantalizing possibility of unveiling secrets hidden within darkness's embrace. Cryptid enthusiasts play a vital role as guardians of Enfield's enigmatic tale, their passion energizing the ongoing quest for answers. They delve into the unknown with a sense of adventure, weaving facts with stories, and presenting vibrant narratives that contribute to the greater cryptid tapestry. Their efforts illuminate and preserve the mystery, keeping it alive in the collective consciousness, imbued with the timeless allure of unsolved secrets. In the wake of the creature's sightings, Enfield's social fabric shifted, no longer merely defined by geographic boundaries, but unified by a shared encounter with the extraordinary. The legend inspired dialogue and exploration, prompting residents to bridge divides and engage in meaningful conversations inspired by the tale's mysteries. This collective pursuit of understanding fortified community bonds, infused with the transformative power of storytelling that defines who we are and connects us across time. Today, Enfield's myth endures through modern platforms, its narrative adapted and shared with new audiences across digital landscapes. Social media, blogs, and podcasts serve as vessels for the continuing retelling, converging to form a global community that examines the story from multiple angles. This digital age ensures the preservation of the tale, expanding its reach and captivating fresh listeners, each interaction a step in the ongoing dance between myth and modernity. The Enfield horror intertwines with global cryptid sightings, forming strands that unite communities within narratives, bridging the realms of the mundane and the fantastic. Myths like the Loch Ness Monster and the Beast of Bray Road echo its legend, each creature a guide through the enigmatic corridors of existence, influencing our understanding of nature's unsolved puzzles. These tales reveal humanity's shared desire to confront the unknown and ponder the significance behind the myths that transcend time and geography, where whispers of extraordinary beings invite us to dream beyond the ordinary. In a time when the world's edges seemed dimly lit by flickering hearths, and whispers roamed deeper than shadows across the rural tapestry of 18th century France, the Beast of Gévaudan emerged, a phantom carved from fear and legend. From 1764 to 1767, it prowled the secluded landscapes of Gévaudan, a creature whose very name inspired dread that echoed far beyond the confines of geography. Accounts from that era sketch a fearsome predator, one straddling the line between the flesh of this world and the spectral grasp of myth. Its visage, they said, was adorned with an array of sharp teeth, its maw an emblem of insatiable hunger, consuming lives shadowed in its predatory steps. Over 100 unfortunate souls, predominantly women and children, were claimed by its relentless wrath, weaving an intricate dance between cunning, ferocity, and the echoes of supernatural endowment whispered in hushed tones across taverns and fields. As the year 1764 darkened skies with tales of massacre, located amidst the verdant pastures of Gévaudan, a young shepherdess met a chilling fate, her brutal end sparking tales that flowed rapidly across the land. Her demise bore the trademarks that would solidify the beast's legacy: the surprise leap from the shadows, the ripping ferocity, the vanishing without a trace. Fear rose like a night tide, fueling panic amid the tight-knit populace, each new account intensifying the storm. François Besson, a chronicler of that time, painted scenes of hysteria, chronicling the community's fervent cries for intervention. Rumors painted the creature not just as animal, but as evil incarnate, perhaps even demonic, and communities changed, their pulse of life warped under the pall of terror, arms ever ready, and minds gripped by dread. This ubiquitous fear demanded from the highest seats of power an acknowledgement of this formidable menace. Thus did the embattled King Louis XV intervene, sending forth huntsmen and soldiers, a rarity for the handling of the wild, to quell the devastation. The beast's ability to evade capture only deepened the enigma, maneuvering with elusiveness that raised whispers of otherworldly protection. Under Lieutenant Jean-Baptiste Duhamel's leadership, The organized efforts, where local forces united with hardened soldiers forged a temporary reprieve, yet no lasting solution. Thus, even the military prowess found itself tangled in the narrative web of fortitude and folly, never quite unmasking the beast's elusive identity. Its evasive success rendered it more than an adversary, but rather a paradigm for struggle against the unknowable, delving into the crossroads of natural and spiritual warfare. As the twilight of reason met folklore, both naturalists and mystics found themselves caught in speculation, torn between science and spirit. Was this formidable creature apex predator or ethereal entity? Its legacy, steeped in part wolf, part human, draped with scales or cloaked as a shape-shifting illusion? Rising in importance were theories that cast the beast as harbinger of divine retribution, imposing its terrifying visage on landscapes not merely mortal. As scholars gaze back, they discern the reflection of society in these fears, an allegory fitting of the era's broader tension, capturing the essence of the unknown and its grip on minds. Delving into the archival whispers, ink-stained documents emerge as voices from a tapestry of dread, recounting the carnage with clarity. Court records and clergy notes testify to the toll exacted upon the rural populace, the names, the wounds, the open graves. In one letter, Duhamel himself notes a monster with strength beyond the bounds of comprehension, its appetite ever unfulfilled. Voltaire's quill, driven by these events, joined a cacophony of voices speculating on the shape beneath the legend's skin, knitting together a historical thread of speculation and narrative, a mythos enduring far beyond the weight of centuries. Across this landscape, where photography lay dormant in the future's hands, tales of forensic endeavors emerged, seeking in death's echoes the life that had once been. Track marks in earth, bites upon soft flesh, painted portraits of carnivorous majesty. This, say some, was the work of ravenous wolves or lions, or perhaps a species lost to records embedded in time's obscured domain. Today, scholars wield the scalpel of science anew, introducing DNA and modern inquiry into the ancient unsolved, each answer leading back into the realms of questions as bone fragments and territory studies attempt to unearth what might have lurked in the French wilderness. Beyond the physical, intrigue lingers in the cunning intelligence assigned to the beast, whose behaviors transgress expected norms of nature. As villagers recounted, its movements were astonishingly strategic, appearing with frightening precision, its attacks carefully plotting across distances that defied reasonable explanation. Whispers suggested multiple beasts engaged in this choreographed terror, a suggestion fueling the hybrid of fear and reverence. Its work was not survival, it seemed, but a cruel orchestration breathing life into the perception of monsters living in the interstice of reality and tale. As such terror gripped Gévaudan, France found itself marinating in the echoes of collective trauma. Across farms and villages, the destabilization cried out in the altered rhythm of life. The loneliness of isolation chest deep with fear, the breakdown of ordinariness in favor of paranoia. These nightmares were set amidst a tapestry already woven with the yarns of societal dissatisfaction. Revolution brewed on the horizon, fueled in part by the failures of aristocratic responses, as the Beast of Gévaudan became a symbolic expression of governmental disconnect from the struggles of the rural backbone. Its shadow loomed not merely as a bestial legend, but as a precursor to upheaval. As dawn drew upon this era of specter and reality entwined, the capstone of its narrative unfolded in the collective resilience and defiance formed by the afflicted communities. With hunter David Bleu hailed as the fabled hero of the beast's final downfall in 1767, the tale meets its ambiguous denouement. Was it the true creature that fell to mortal hand, or merely a story wrote to satisfy the human lust for resolution? Some skeptics wonder if its torment vanished into legend as easily as if into the mist. The labyrinthine legacy of the Beast of Gévaudan wanders still through the vast wilderness of cultural imagination, bridging the solid ground of documented reality with the wisps of folkloric sky. Transcending from the pages of history, it has animated literature and film, casting its shadow anew as both terror and muse. Across generations, as fiction embraces its shape, from pulp film reels to scholarly explorations, it anchors the communion between darkness and discovery. Ripe with metaphoric yearning, it is a reminder etched upon the canvases of fear that our deepest myths often bear reflections of self, of societal struggle, threading arcs of the known entwined with the constellation of the infinite unknown. Generations henceforth, as humanity marches its unyielding course, may find their own reflections cast upon the tale of the Beast of Gévaudan, a testament to the dance between the world's pulse and the poignant whisper of its secrets beyond vision's edge. In the gentle embrace of Loveland, Ohio, a town bordered by the graceful meanderings of the Little Miami River, a legend quietly simmers beneath its surface, a tale woven with threads of mystery, straddling the delicate line between cryptozoology and folklore. The creature known as the Loveland Frogman has hovered at the fringes of reality and imagination for decades, captivating those who seek the fantastical and igniting conversations that dance beyond the ordinary confines of belief. The Frogman is wrapped in layers of enigma, built upon eyewitness testimonies and documented encounters with the authority of law enforcement, grounding its spectral presence with a touch of tangible earthly truth. The legend of this cryptid, often depicted with an air of otherworldliness, stems from its early whispered sightings in the 1950s, culminating in a frenzy of attention during the 1970s. It represents more than a peculiar cryptid story. It delves into the realms of communal myth-making, touching upon shared human desires to connect with stories that bind us to unseen wonders. Here, in Loveland, the Frogman's legend thrives, a testimony to our relentless curiosity and the human inclination to explore realms that lie just beyond the horizon of understanding. The origins of the Frogman's tale can be traced to an incident in 1955 when an anonymous businessman made an unusual claim of encountering 3 strange creatures while driving through Loveland on a cold and shadowed night. As the businessman navigated his vehicle along a deserted road, what he saw were not figments of darkness, but distinct, bipedal figures. Standing at around 4 feet tall, these mysterious beings were said to possess leathery, frog-like skin and an aura of intelligence that suggested more than mere animal awareness. As his car lights flickered over the scene, one creature bizarrely wielding a wand-like object, emitting sparks in short bursts, seemed to cast the scene in a peculiar glow, as though the stage of reality itself had been momentarily altered. While the businessman chose to share his unusual encounter only with discreet whispers among friends, the story of the Frogman quietly embedded itself within the community's folklore, fueling hushed speculations and igniting imaginative fires at local gatherings. Over time, this eerie tale took root, becoming a narrative thread that laced its way through the town, inviting both children and adults to ponder the mysteries of the unseen world that may dwell just beyond the veil of our everyday lives. However, it was not until the 1970s that the Loveland frogmen stepped out from the shadows of hearsay and into a realm of wider public attention, propelled by the testimony of 2 police officers who independently encountered the creature. It was during a crisp March night in 1972 when the frogman first appeared before Officer Ray Shockey. As he drove along Riverside Drive, a sudden, startling sight ignited his headlights, a crouching figure that swiftly stood to its full height as the beams illuminated it. What Shockey beheld defied his understanding, a creature of humanoid shape, yet undeniably marked with amphibian features, a frog-like visage complemented by wide, bulging eyes, reminiscent of some archaic denizen of a forgotten world. With a swift leap and a flicker of movement, it breached the guardrail, vanishing into the tranquil river waters. Sharing his experience with the authorities, Shockey's report lent an air of official recognition to what was typically relegated to folklore. Merely 2 weeks thereafter, Officer Mark Matthews encountered a similar being along the selfsame route. His account, mirroring Shockey's, brought a sense of déjà vu to the intrigue, though it added a curious layer. Matthews fired his weapon at the creature, only to see it escape unscathed into the concealing embrace of the night. The consistent descriptions from these officers, known for their credibility and respect within the community, gave the tale of the frogman a robust foothold, endowing it with an aura that oscillated between folklore and documented phenomenon. Their declarations sparked a renewed interest, emboldening believers who earnestly sought to understand and challenging skeptics who doubted the impossible. Amidst the burgeoning infamy of the Loveland frogmen, doubt and skepticism cast their shadows, attempting to explain the strange sightings with logical rationale. Some skeptics speculated that what Shockey and Matthews observed might have been nothing more than escaped exotic pets or local wildlife, misinterpreted under the dim pallor of poor illumination and psychological duress. The officers, each accustomed to the rigors of observation inherent in their duties, found themselves wrestling with these interpretations, acknowledging the temptation of rational explanations while clinging to their inexplicable experiences. As the dialogues of doubt prevailed, they underscored the slippery nature of human memory, which can waver and distort under the grip of surprise or fear. Perhaps the tale of the frogman was such a distortion, a beguiling ripple in perception, caught warped between memory and truth. Yet, the unwavering testimonies of both officers, whose reputations were built on their attention to detail, lingered with a stubborn, immovable presence within the community psyche. Despite the evolving narrative, including suggestions that what they'd seen might have been nothing more than a roaming lizard, the enigma of the frogman persisted, maintaining its delicate balance over the divide between undeniable experience and speculative explanation. Though its existence remains unproven in the classical sense, the Loveland frogman has transcended its murky origins to assume a beloved place within the wider tapestry of Ohio's folklore. It serves as a beacon of cultural identity, imbuing Loveland with a sense of mystical allure and anchoring the community's narrative within a broader, more wondrous tapestry. For a town rich with history and blessed by the beauty of nature, the frogman represents an unexpected touch of the extraordinary, an ethereal thread interwoven with the otherwise mundane. Beyond the sphere of singular local legend, the story of the Loveland frogman fits snugly within the vast fabric of North American cryptid lore, sharing kinship with the likes of the chupacabra or the lizard man of Scape Ore Swamp. These creatures, sustained through tales born of the unexplainable, provoke similar wonder and suspicion, dancing on the knife's edge between the mythical and the unproven. While these legendary beings share abruptness in sighting and an absence of verifiable evidence, the frogman stands apart, bolstered by the credence of law enforcement sightings that elevate its mysterious nature to a plane more firmly grounded within reality's grasp. Mainstream zoology largely dismisses the idea of humanoid amphibians lurking in Ohio's waterways. Yet within cryptozoology, a sanctuary for the unexplained, the Loveland frogman finds fertile soil for deeper exploration. The tales of the frogman may whisper of undiscovered species, echoes from prehistoric times, or perhaps evolutionary mishaps, mere annotations to Earth's grand narrative of biodiversity and marvel. The rich habitats of the Ohio River Basin, ripe with the potential for discovery, challenge the borders between known species and the unknown, encouraging an open-minded approach to nature's bizarre mysteries. The essence of the frogman embodies the crossroads where history, mythology, and modern belief suture together, creating a composite figure that transcends its source material. Just as the satyrs and fauns of Greek antiquity persisted as half-men within human consciousness, so too does the Loveland frogman endure as a creature of duality, real and imagined, fact and fable all at once. As a reflection of humanity's inherent need for storytelling, the frogman's nature inspires us to weave threads of connection with the world, bridging the physical chasms between fact and fiction, and allowing us to explore with wonder the narratives we choose to hold sacred. In the end, it is the enduring power of eyewitness accounts that lend the Loveland frogman its core allure, presenting narratives that dare to fracture the expected and draw listeners into encounters with the inexplicable. However, the reliability of these accounts consistently provokes debate, as history and cognitive science suggest the malleability of human perception, vulnerable to distortions or desires that cloud objective interpretation. Nevertheless, these gritty, personal stories imbue the narrative with profound depth, enhancing the complexity of the experiential narrative that propels the saga of the frogman forward into the annals of cultural imagination. In this saga of the Loveland frogman, strokes of artistic interpretation have gladly found their place, serving as a bridge that connects collective curiosity with the cryptid's enduring legend. Artists, inspired by the frogman's anomalous visage, derive inspiration to sketch, paint, and visually represent encounters drawn from the shadows of reality and memory. In an age where digital platforms easily spread images, these representations take root, fostering dialogue around the cryptid's existence and nurturing the creative imagination within which legends continue to grow and thrive. The legend of the frogman has not remained confined to its folklore origins, nor to the realm of artistic imaginations. It has extended its influence into the performing arts, captivating listeners and viewers alike through music and theater. Musicians have found a muse in the frogman's mysterious tale, interpreting the narrative through haunting melodies and verses that explore themes of intrigue and the fascinating unknown. Similarly, plays and performances offer a dramatized homage to the legend, imbuing it with new vibrancy and inviting audiences to connect on a deeper emotional plane with Ohio's famed amphibian. In the age of digital exploration, the frogman finds new life within interactive media channels, such as video games, offering users an opportunity to engage with the mythos under unique constructs. These platforms blur the boundary between fiction and fact, immersing participants in worlds where cryptids and other legendary beings coexist, inviting broader understanding of the cultural weight that the frogman carries, ensuring that its story thrives on new, exciting landscapes. With Loveland embracing the enigmatic presence of the frogman, community festivities unfold annually, celebrating the cryptid's role in shaping local lore. Through parades, reenactments, and storytelling, These festivals honor the town's legacy, breathing life anew into the myth and enshrining an atmosphere of shared cultural consciousness. These events are more than celebrations. They are ritualistic acknowledgments of connection and identity, bound through the gaze of a mythical creature that once tread the muddy banks of Loveland's geography. Similarly, the frogman's legendary status sparks reflections on the ecological and wildlife diversity flourishing within and around Loveland. Wildlife such as herons or amphibians, occasionally observed as amorphous figures in twilight, could, under optimal conditions, account for these cryptid tales. The intricate dance of ecology and folklore reminds us of the seamlessness with which mythologies emerge to reconcile our understanding of unfamiliar perceptions within a natural world steeped in wonder. In all its forms, the Loveland frogman remains an essential piece within the broader scope of urban legends, representing broader commentary on human creativity and social communion. Its tale celebrates how narratives function as dynamic threads within cultural tapestries, framing fears, hopes, and desires through mythical interpretations that personify the border between the known and that yet to be understood. These legends, tangible yet evolving, reflect upon an imagination content to tread the interstitial spaces of veracity and mystery. For those willing to explore the mysterious, the frogman serves as an ambassador, drawing enthusiasts, researchers, and adventurers toward Loveland's waterway corridors, hoping to catch even a fleeting glimpse of the fabled cryptid. Guided explorations, modern technology, and a shared anticipation fuel this collective endeavor to uncover truths veiled in ripples of the unknown. Through merchandise and memorabilia, the legend of the Loveland frogman transcends geographical and cultural boundaries, extending its reach long past Loveland's scenic riversides. Plush caricatures, printed apparel, and souvenirs celebrate the cryptid, transforming its ethereal tease into tangible mementos that foster continued intrigue and engagement. And so the legend of the Loveland frogman endures, sustained by inquiries and imaginations, woven naturally into the wider narrative strands of human curiosity. It is more than just a story shared among locals. It is an invitation to explore further, listen deeper, and seek connections between the past, present, and the extraordinary possibilities hidden within the folds of the mundane world. In the tranquil tapestry of Kelly, Kentucky, the universe seemed to momentarily unfurl its enigmatic cloak on a warm August night in 1955. It was a night like any other. The Sutton family nestled in their peaceful farmhouse, relaxed under the watchful gleam of the stars. Yet within hours, their sanctuary would transform into a stage for an encounter that defied the very boundaries of earthly comprehension. The event, later known as the Kelly-Hopkinsville encounter, unfolded like a vivid dream, lingering in the minds of those who bore witness, beckoning them into a realm where the mystical intertwines with reality. The term siege connotes ancient towers besieged by armies, yet here it served to describe a night when ordinary people faced something otherworldly, wrapped in the robes of the inexplicable. In this dimly lit farmhouse poised at the edge of the known world, shadows mingled with the symphony of Kentucky's nighttime chorus, crafting a prelude to phenomena that would ripple across the breadth of human curiosity. No clashing of swords, but the stirring of souls, as the Sutton family and their companions endured a night pregnant with mystery. Central to this occurrence were the Sutton family and their friends, ordinary people cast in extraordinary roles within this cryptic narrative. On this fateful night, the Suttons found their farmstead an unwilling host to visitors beyond the reach of conventional hospitality. Creatures that smiled with eyes aglow, entities that defied earthly taxonomy. Tales of terror and bewilderment unfurled one after another, each a fragment of a larger mosaic illustrating both fear and wonder. These narratives, gathered under the watchful gaze of media and baffled authorities, became the foundation of a legend that tiptoes on the edge of fact and mystery. The witnesses ventured descriptions as surreal as they were precise. Small, silver-skinned beings with glowing eyes and ears borne on the wings of myths. They were apparitions from a realm that cast long shadows over the comprehension of even the most skeptical observers. With each testimony, the barriers between skepticism and belief thinned, and the narrative gained substance, yet remained shrouded in an unyielding fog. As the tales settled into the fabric of local lore, they asked of us not derision, but an embracing of the threshold between fact and the boundless fields of imaginative awe. The night of August 21st began as serenely as the many that had come before it. Set against the backdrop of Kentucky's pastoral expanse, the Sutton farmhouse lay cradled within an Edenic embrace, a bastion against the encroaching dusk. Within its walls, warmth flourished, a suite of laughter, talks, and the essence of domestic bliss. But hidden within these commonplace moments lurked the approach of a cosmic novelty that would rend the quiet, transforming bucolic dreams into living artifacts of celestial enigma. It was here that Billy Ray Taylor, a visitor hailing from Pennsylvania, burst into the narrative with tales of vibrant celestial lights. A flying object that danced across the night sky in vibrant hues. His account was greeted with a blend of laughter and doubt, yet it was but the overture to the night's symphony of strangeness. The skies, once innocuous and serene, now sang of distant worlds and forthcoming encounters, marking Taylor's vision as both portent and passage to a domain where known boundaries ceased to exist. The first contact with the unearthly was as mesmerizing as it was chilling, an image etched into those present with indelible clarity. With the house's familiar shadows as their cloak, beings emerged as if born of moonlight and myth. As these figures approached, children of both shadow and light, the brisk breath of disbelief gave way to an uncanny acceptance. It was here that fantasies took form, tiny but not timid, a congregation of the surreal in a midsummer's night tableau. Standing no taller than a child, these creatures bore visage and poise of the fantastical, metallic-skinned with eyes aglow under the luminescent Kentucky night, their shadows a dance of the otherworldly. In their midst, the barriers separating reality from imagination blurred, breathing life into the persistent tremor of awe. Witness accounts vibrated with unsettling consistency, casting stories as both anchors of fact and wings of the implausible. The dimensions of fear were stretched thin against descriptions of these visitors, entities suspended between realms. Oversized heads crowned with crescent-like appendages, poised to pierce whatever veils existed between worlds, features framed upon bodies so diminutive they barely seemed corporeal. The enigma of metallic skin, gleaming and polished like silver, cast in a light unseen beyond those ethereal confines. Witnesses, though human, were drawn together under the banner of vivid memory. A canvas awash in luminescent shadow, glimpsed yet never fully grasped by the clutch of empirical scrutiny. And so began the siege. Humans, armed with little beyond courage and communal resolve, entrenched against the encroaching night. As twilight melted into ink, curiosity transmuted into trepidation. a bodily awareness of something vast and incomprehensible at the threshold of the tangible. Tales emerged of barricading doors and windows, the Suttons and their companions bracing against a seemingly orchestrated pantomime of cosmic encirclement. The nocturnal realm shivered with stories of creatures creeping softly upon rooftops and peering inquisitively through panes of glass, their motives obscured in mystery, but marking a fascination betwixt and beyond the known. Shots fired into the night called to dispel the surreal siege. Snapshots of defiance framed within a strange theater of the arcane. And as each bullet screamed into the unknown, retreating shadows beckoned only to return. It was a dance of persistence and veiled intent. No victors crowned, but insights gleaned from the silent echoes of a boundary breached. Inside their farmhouse cocoon, the emotional epicenter swelled under the pressure of disbelief, fear, and a profound awe at the audacity of the cosmos. The air crackled with a tension born of discovery, the visceral awareness of observing eyes just beyond understanding. Caught amidst the whimsy of the unexplained, sensory experiences sharpened, seized by an ethereal affront, sustained by the presence of entities, but dimly perceived by the waking world. Amidst the pages of panic and marvel, emotional upheaval swelled like a storm, humanity clinging to threads of sanity in a moment stretching at the seams of day-to-day life. Gunshots rang not in triumph, but as testaments to the tension between the known and the indiscernible. Through terror-laden accolades emerged a broader truth. The vastness of the unexplained prompts immersion into the primal enthrallment offered by the universe's myriad mysteries. As the dawn of a new day cast its tender glow upon the denouement, the Sutton family's narrative flowed like an untamed brook into the realm of communal consciousness. Whispered anecdotes fluttered in the morning air, weaving tales that ensnared curious neighbors, eager lawmen, and an inquisitive public. Could hysteria alone pen such concordant recollections? Or did these stories merely glimpse the fleeting silhouettes of truth? Amid skepticism and belief, a dance perpetuated by time, the events in Kelly, Kentucky transcended mere spectacle, composing a rhetorical question lingering in the echelons of the known, inquired by souls long searching the veil of reality. Stories embellished with archaic intrigue and nascent truth emerged, steeped in legend and striving to transcend the chasm that occasionally separates the tangible from the mystical. Through every telling, echoes persisted, inviting questers of truth to gaze beyond the twilight fringes where answers languish, awaiting discovery. Thus, the night in Kelly persisted, not merely as a chapter of fear, but as a source of wonderment, lacing threads of human curiosity with the weaving of cosmic narratives. Each question unfurled like petals, stooping to touch upon the deepest secrets of the universe. Here, where tales of yore and mystery meet, lies the undying promise and challenge of the unexplored. In the quiet town of Van Meter, Iowa, a peculiar tale unfurls beneath the soft luminescence of the night sky, casting long shadows into the annals of mystery. The year was 1903, a time when the rhythms of life beat with a gentler cadence, yet it was during these still moments that a visitor descended, forever altering the fabric of reality for those who bore witness to it. This transcendent enigma, chronicled by the likes of doctors and school board members, weaves itself into the whispers of history, transcending the tangible limits of perception. The Van Meter visitor, as it came to be known, appeared unexpectedly one quiet evening when a respected local businessman, U.G. Griffith, encountered an entity not meant for earthly confines. Startled but driven by an unknown force, Griffith watched as the creature soared overhead, tracing a luminous arc across the dark canvas above. Unlike any bird or beast known to the town, its presence evoked both terror and fascination, echoing through Van Meter's streets as each retelling deepened its mystery. As tales spread through the community with the swiftness of a whispered secret, skepticism intertwined with genuine dread. Neighbors gathered in circles, their voices low but charged with an otherworldly tension, casting doubt aside as the shared narrative took root. And so, the stage was set for a succession of encounters, each threading the spine of a week marked by inexplicable phenomena. One such encounter fell upon the esteemed Dr. Alcott, a figure of prominence within the community who was drawn from slumber by sounds foreign to his rural sanctuary. Venturing into the obscurity armed with nothing but a revolver and his resolve, Dr. Alcott came upon the visitor. He described an apparition that loomed unnatural, a silent specter immune to earthly defenses as it evaded each bullet's path with an ethereal grace. Despite the absence of tangible evidence, Dr. Alcott's experience was laden with an irrefutable authenticity, his recounted horror lending weight to the narratives threading through Van Meter. Such encounters wove Van Meter into a singular tapestry of shared experience, uniting its townsfolk in a community bound by their grappling with the arcane. Each retelling morphed into an evolving legend, a collective grappling with something far beyond mortal grasp. Figures of authority like Peter Dunn, a school board member, added their testimony to this growing dialogue, his articulate description of luminescent marvels echoing previous witness accounts and elevating the tale beyond mere local folklore. With each account detailed and steeped in significance, Van Meter became a crucible where skepticism and reverence danced a delicate waltz. As reports of the unusual continued unabated, debates ignited, sweeping through the town like a cleansing fire. Critics emerged, attempting to dismiss these strange visions as nothing more than mass hysteria or fanciful fabrications. But even the most ardent skeptics found resistance in the resilience of eyewitness accounts. In this dynamic tension, the story of the Van Meter visitor transformed from a local legend into a philosophical exploration of belief, truth, and the mysteries that brush the fringes of our understanding. This phenomenon spurred a tangible need within the community, the quest to capture the truth overriding the familiar rhythms of Van Meter's rural life. Nightly vigils formed as locals, driven by fear and curiosity, armed themselves and patrolled the places where shadows deepened and the unknown thrived. Yet, their pursuits remained as elusive as the visitor itself. Each evening ended with empty streets and question-laden hearts, reaffirming an ageless pursuit defined not by the certainty of capture, but by the communal heartbeat of shared curiosity. Meanwhile, the story of Van Meter's nightly visitations began to reach far beyond the town itself, filtering into the consciousness of a nation hungry for tales of the unexplained. The phenomena graced the pages of national newspapers, each article drawing readers into the fold of panic and wonder. In capturing the intricate pulse of Van Meter's nights, these narratives seized the collective imagination, embedding the visitor as a cultural touchstone within the broader tapestry of cryptic lore. As the ripples of media attention carried Van Meter's story far and wide, sparking curiosity and skepticism in equal measure, diverse theories emerged in a bid to anchor the inexplicable in science. Some posited the visitor as an undiscovered creature or a misidentified avian species, straining the boundaries of rationality to encompass the bewildering. Yet, other narratives embraced the supernatural, intertwining these sightings with the region's mystical earthbound myths. This dialogue, this melding of scientific inquiry and spiritual conjecture, reaffirms humanity's endless quest for understanding where science pauses and myth takes root. Such stories transcend a simple narrative, embedding themselves in cultural consciousness as vibrant symbols of humanity's dance with the unknown. Scholars dissect these tales for meanings far beyond the surface, some seeing in them moral caution, others as reflecting societal anxieties at the turn of the 20th century. In this expansive view, the Van Meter visitor emerges not merely as a creature, but as an embodiment of archetypes transcendental in their defiance of easy explanation. Through these layers of meaning, the visitor's legends occupy the interstices between fact and fiction, a liminal realm where whispered truths and speculative musings coexist. These space musings form the heart of Van Meter's enduring legacy. As narratives echoing in the minds of its inhabitants and those of the believers and skeptics born of subsequent generations, they offer not resolutions but reflections, inviting each participant to wander the borderlands between the known and the infinite. Today, the visitor story continues to captivate modern imaginations, a tale revisited through the lens of contemporary knowledge and technological advancement. In these reinterpretations, the question lingers: might the truths of the past yet be uncovered within the intersections of current scientific exploration and esoteric inquiry? Cryptid enthusiasts and seekers alike delve into the story, not to affirm or deny, but to understand that all possibilities lie within a space where reality and imagination entwine. The passing years have not dimmed the allure of the Van Meter visitor, but rather have redefined its narrative into one of cultural resonance, elevating it to a symbol not of fear, but of inspiring wonder. As retrospectives unfurl and scholars thread past encounters into a broader mosaic of human narratives, these examinations remind us of a singular truth: that behind each untold mystery lies a shared human experience, reaching back to when the unknown first whispered its possibilities into eager ears. Together, the town's original witnesses stand as guardian voices echoing through time, ordinary people transformed overnight into partakers of the strange and fantastic. Their experiences, recorded in hushed tones and mouths agape with either awe or disbelief, articulate tales of the unbelievable etched into the human soul. For modern audiences, the perseverance of these narratives serves as a testament to both the fragility and resilience of belief, forming histories as permanent as they are subject to reinterpretation. In the swaddle of folklore and modern lore, the visitor cements its place as an entity nestled within the roots of myth constructed by human curiosity. Its retellings are woven with both fact and fancy, enriching the cultural milieu with a legend enduring across diverse media, its faceless visage evocative, its story transformative. Today's renewed interest is fueled by digital revival, inviting a new wave of truth seekers eager to traverse what has become fertile ground for the narrative imagination. The enduring questions posed by the unknown resound loudly in an era where truth is intensively questioned and belief hangs delicately at the edge of understanding. In embracing these mysteries, entire communities invite reflection upon the unfathomable landscapes the phenomena encapsulate. The legend of the Van Meter visitor thrives in our collective narratives, a mantelpiece of exploration suggesting innumerable secrets, yet unstirred among the constant awakening of reality. Art inspires with each retelling, catalyzing new interpretations of the visitor's ethereal presence through varied media. Just as literary and visual artists weave its image upon canvas and page, so too do digital storytellers reconstruct its forms within virtual realms, casting new light upon its shadowed whisper. These creative responses reimagine the visitor's shrouded tale, inspiring revelations even as they maintain the enigma encircling its history. In transformative art and expression, the visitor remains alive, a sentinel over the liminal spaces of past and future, between the seen and the imagined. Belief and skepticism engage with each cycle of the visitor's remembrance, reflecting the timeless passage of human investigation confronting the unknown. This dual nature becomes a narrative dance traceable to a small town over a century past, evolving into today's dialogues, exploring proof, perception, and understanding. In each retelling of the visitor, one finds threads of hope intertwined with skepticism. These tales remind us how belief perpetually rekindles the spark of wonder within us, drawn not by rigid rational comprehension, but by an open embrace of possibility within the infinite. As the myth of the Van Meter visitor embeds within a global pantheon of myriad cryptids, its essence is refracted through cultural lenses into icons of existential dialogue, reflecting shared human experience. Driven by time-worn fears and curiosity, it offers insight into a world bridging the gaps peppered with untold wonders. These cryptids persevere in iconography, their narratives providing not answers, but invitations to contemplative wonderment, to engage with the imagination unbound by linear reality. They reside within the storied traditions of cultures negotiating existence, charting territories within the mysterious that shape identity. As theories abound and questions remain, narratives swirling about the visitor transcend simple resolution, serving as philosophical touchstones reaching across the spectrum of fiction and speculative factuality. Envisioning spaces beyond overlap, these lines beckon explorers bound neither by time nor singular embodiment. Within the framework of timelessness, the visitor remains a lens onto human desire, a desire reflected not in conclusive fact, but in the potential of our questioning. Its woven narrative adheres to the delicate prisms of the unknown, capsulating the compelling space between fixed knowledge and the infinite cosmos. Even now, these legendary tales of old remain influential, their narratives enduring as reminders of myriad tales inhabiting the shorelines of collective and forgotten memory. Here lies imagination unrestrained, yielding revelations whose wisps travel between parallel spoken and unspoken realms, envisioned within quiet moments where moonlit corridors meet the minds of those who dare listen. The visitor's tale calls forth reflections upon existence permeating every heart it touches. Its myths whisper beneath old ruins uncovered, timeless whispers guiding those who wander the fringes of imagination. In the stillness of the Congo Basin, within an untouched wilderness rich with life's secrets, resides the legend of Mokele Mbembe, a creature whose name, whispered by the firesides of the indigenous tribes, translates to one who stops the flow of rivers. This myth, woven into the fabric of the Congo's oral traditions, paints a vivid tableau of a behemoth resembling those ancient giants preserved in fossil records. The stories, passed down by tribal elders, have transcended generations, stirring curiosity and a deep-seated wonder both among locals and those far beyond these verdant horizons. For these indigenous communities, Mokele Mbembe is not merely a tale rooted in myth, but an enduring chapter of their identity, a bridge to a time when the line between the mythical and the real was translucent, lending a sacred touch to the very soil underfoot. These stories serve as oral archives, preserving insights not just into this fabled creature's nature, but into a collective memory knitted with threads of survival, spirituality, and a profound, symbiotic bond with their environment. As dawn broke upon the early 20th century, a new chapter unfurled with Western explorers drawn to the Congo Basin, beguiled by the enchanted whisperings of this elusive creature. Their expeditions, backed by a Western scientific curiosity as deep as the jungle itself, confirmed elements of the tribal tales, documenting sightings of an enigmatic presence in those swamps and remote lakes. Footprints of colossal proportion were reported to have imprinted riverbanks, while some explorers recounted the haunting roars echoing from the jungle canopy. Despite the relentless challenges posed by this untamed land, the thick, damp air clinging as densely as the jungle itself, these accounts captivated imaginations around the world. They nudged the cryptid from whispered legend to a figure of academic intrigue, compelling both zoologists and cryptozoologists to glance at the glimmers of unknown life forms through a lens blending folklore with science's skeptical eye. Yet, the heart of the mystery beats strongest in the rhythm of the oral traditions upheld by the tribes of the Congo Basin. Their accounts, rich with vivid details of a long-necked beast reminiscent of prehistoric times, feed the creature's vine-like legend that entwines around the very essence of the ecosystem they call home. In the eyes of the local inhabitants, Mokolembembe transcends the mere creature, becoming a custodian of their ecological balance and spiritual harmony. These indigenous stories, far from being mere relics of the past, provide an invaluable cultural lens through which we glimpse the complexity and depth these narratives possess. They reveal an understanding of Mokolembembe imbued with spiritual weight, interwoven with myths of creation and ancestral memory. To listen to these tales is to step gently into a cultural landscape where respect for the sacred mysteries of the natural world reigns supreme. By the mid-20th century, the allure of Mokolembembe had sparked organized scientific expeditions, each fueled by a desire to sift through the legend's essence and reveal its hidden truths. These journeys into the dense labyrinth of the Congo were endeavored with empirical rigor, cameras, and voice recorders in tow, seeking to lay bare any shred of physical evidence. Despite the formidable conditions that saw many ventures reaching their limits, the testament to the region's biodiversity grew richer with each endeavor. While the unmistakable evidence of Mokolembembe lingered just out of reach, the expeditions yielded a bounty of knowledge about the flora, fauna, and topography as diverse and complex as the mystery itself. These scientific pilgrimages illuminated the land's biodiversity, underscoring the necessity of preserving such majestic, untouched habitats and advocating that exploration and conservation walk hand in hand. Yet amid the intrigue and hope, skepticism walked a shadowy parallel line. The absence of tangible proof, the bones, the photographic clarity, signaled to skeptics that the creature may forever belong to the realm of mythology rather than biology. Indeed, the rational voice of paleontology echoes through time, reminding us that creatures like the sauropods have long been consigned to the annals of natural history, extinguished in eras past. Nonetheless, the debate surrounding Mokolembembe provides fertile ground for contemplation and discourse, challenging our understanding of evidence thresholds and the boundaries of scientific exploration. Skepticism, while necessary, is tempered by an open-mindedness regarding the limits and frontier possibilities of science, calling for a balance between critique and curiosity. This intersection of legend and inquiry has nurtured the discipline of cryptozoology, a field daring enough to root itself in the speculation and desire to illuminate those corners of existence unknown to the canonical lists of recognized species. Cryptozoologists view creatures such as Mokele Mbembe as more than myth, seeing them as lingering echoes of biodiversity, waiting for the right conditions to reveal the truths they hold. Thus, cryptozoology flourishes as a field both scientific and philosophical, a bridge between known and unknown, science and folklore. While facing challenges of credibility and the call for more empirical evidence, its proponents argue passionately for open inquiry that embraces the limitless potentialities of discovery still whispered through the winds of the world's forgotten places. The ecosystem of the Congo Basin itself stands as a testament to the persistence of life's mysteries, a repository of untapped biological and mythical potential. With its dense rainforests, swamps, and rivers sheltering life forms unique to this part of the globe, the likelihood of an undiscovered giant benefiting from such natural camouflage fuels the imaginations of believers and skeptics alike. In understanding Mokele Mbembe's place within this ecosystem, we recognize the delicate beauty of these habitats, orchestrating efforts to protect their sanctity against the creeping shadows of economic exploitation. Here, unexplored terrains sing of biodiversity untouched by time's indifferent hand, inviting a reevaluation of our perceived knowledge of Earth's scope. How fascinating, then, is the debate between the fossil record and modern claims, a dialogue as ancient as the rocks that hold the secrets of ancestral waves and footprints embossed in petrified memories. Despite the apparent breach made by modern sightings, the fossil record remains the resolute custodian of an evolutionary history now invigorated by the whispers of what lingers beyond known extinction events. Advocates for the potential life of Mokele Mbembe point to remote regions as sanctuaries forgotten by time, challenging notions that rigidly script the afterlives of ancient species. In these debates, where paleontology meets possibility, historical constraints collide with the ever-curious nature of exploration. A dance of hypotheses pursuing the shadows, where our understanding ends and wonder begins. In the modern age, cryptid researchers, equipped with exquisite technology, the mechanical eyes of drone cameras, the whisper-hunting ears of sonar, again set forth into the jungle, inspired by the thrill of timeless discovery. Their endeavors, captured in tales as captivating as the legends themselves, spotlight the enduring dance between humanity's past and present exploration. Yet the narratives emerging from these journeys transcend the pursuit of proof. They celebrate the timeless spirit of adventure and mystery that beckons humankind to look beyond, to yearn for the vastness still hidden, waiting in the world's folds. Through technology and tradition, today's explorers stand poised at the threshold of knowledge, bearing the ingenuity of their time as they strive to illuminate what lies cloaked in the deepest green. But herein lies a critique, that of exploitative media portrayals seeking drama at the expense of truth, sometimes fetishizing cultures without acknowledging the intricate weavings of societal constructs and ecology. Sensationalism, left unchecked, distorts reality, turning earnest quests into cultural spectacle devoid of the authenticity that honors legend's original soul. This skewed representation starkly contrasts with the reverence held by the indigenous communities for whom Mokele Mbembe encompasses nature, spirit, and ancestry. In their stories, the creature is intertwined with the celebration of life itself, reflecting harmonious balance and the wisdom embedded in every breath of the Congo Basilica's lands and waters. The potential ramifications of Mokele Mbembe's discovery ripple across the tapestry of environmental studies and conservation biology. Were such a creature confirmed, It would redefine ecological paradigms and thrust the delicate ecosystems it inhabits into the forefront of preservation debates, igniting urgency to protect these landscapes from the inexorable encroachment of progress. Discovery would stir existential questions of human ethical engagement with newfound species, shouldering the responsibility to conserve unknown diversity, cherishing the life that stands on the brink of being learned. All ecological agendas would converge on the crucial task of preserving life's intricacies, realizing that in biological revelation lies the call to action and protection. For the indigenous communities, Mokele Mbembe is more than an apparition. It embodies a vibrant bond with the land, a living testament to the harmony within ancient narratives and the complex love song of nature's design. They perceive the creature as a symbol of vitality and ecological respect, a catalyst urging them to steward the land with care and awe. It is these people's perspectives that guide modern conservationists, integrating traditional wisdom into the framework of protecting natural heritage. The collaborative dialogue crafted in these efforts mirrors the myth's spiritual essence, advocating for a sustainable future rooted in a deeply respected past. Such an approach highlights the intersection of cultural heritage with contemporary preservation, drawing strength from their intertwined legacies. An enduring enigma illuminates Lake Tele, a shadowy mirror to those who have deemed its waters a likely sanctuary. In this place, where whispers blend with the rustle of leaves, both watchers and wanderers sense the magnetic pull of the unknown. Lake Tele, with its welcoming embrace of myth and its serene equilibrium, serves as a crossroads for science and mystery, inviting questioners to step gently on paths where the visible and the invisible intertwine. As researchers gaze into Lake Tele's depths, their thoughts meld with the knowledge of local guides attuned to the stories that have been spoken, and to the unseen wonders held beneath every ripple and rustle. In such a setting, the lake embodies more than a watery precinct of theory. It becomes the harmonious touchstone for dialogue between past traditions and present inquiries. An exploration of Mokele Mbembe's intricate narrative is incomplete without unveiling the profound insights of the Congo Basin's indigenous peoples, for whom this creature is cherished both as a reflection and a promise. The stories held by these communities foster a wondrous kinship with the land, nourishing a connectedness that defies the limits of scientific categorization with the purity of essence and emotion. Anthropology unravels the complexity enveloping the Mokele Mbembe mythos, shedding light on how cultural beliefs endure and adapt across time and distance. Here, legends like Mokele Mbembe become focal points for understanding identity, shared wisdom, and the community's navigation through both the physical and metaphysical worlds. As a meld of storytelling and history, the creature acts as a narrative compass guiding researchers to examine the intersections between folklore and understanding. Those stories, layered against the pressures of an ever-changing world, affirm the adaptability and resilience encoded in our species' compulsion to find meaning amid chaos and companionship within solitude. Zoologists and the wider public alike find their imaginations captivated by the allure of Mokele Mbembe, a creature that dances along the edge of current knowledge, challenging the bounds of what we believe to be known. This mystery, swirling with excitement, offers a bastion of biodiversity made more compelling by the potential of discovery that mirrors the pioneering spirit of scientific exploration. This shared wonder draws forward-thinking conversations into focus, debates hinging on ethical stewardship and the intrinsic value of these delicate realms over more tangible gains. Here, the allure of Mokele Mbembe becomes a narrative woven with persistent hope, where tales of fauna, yet unseen, prompt a deeper understanding of environmental responsibility. Past discoveries lend credence to the search, historical echoes of long-forgotten species reborn in the form of the coelacanth and the okapi whisper that patience, coupled with perseverance, may uncover truths that slumber beneath the surface. These lessons inform modern seekers standing at the confluence of timeliness and timelessness, where openness to the unforeseen is as crucial as the scientific rigor of inquiry. The enigma of Mokele Mbembe, rich with speculation and shrouded in myth, paradoxically evokes clarity, a yearning to blend empirical truth with the wisps of age-old tales. It challenges our assumptions, enriching the narrative of human inquiry and nurturing a holistic lens that values both empirical phenomena and the enduring wisdom of cultural legacy. In the soft glow of advancing technology, today's explorers embrace the tools of modernity, carrying them into the uncharted heart of the Congo Basin to imbue every image and sound with the potential to unlock the mysteries once confined to legend. The seamless journey built by these methods prioritizes respect and gentleness towards ecosystems woven into a living poetry that eschews intrusion and overtaming. This ethical approach illuminates the guiding principles of contemporary exploration, ensuring that the gentle shadows cast by quests like Mokele Mbembe's pursuit remain untouched by excess or imposition. In this manner, respecting a land that may house wonders yet unseen, we endeavor to honor both the living and the legendary. Thus, the pursuit of Mokele Mbembe endeavors to maintain a benevolent balance of wonder and restraint, a delicate dance harmonized with respect for a rich tapestry of cultural and ecological existence. This approach, imbued with admiration for the mystic and the real, serves as a compass in the unending enchantment of creation, where even the most elusive of shadows might reveal a glimpse of truth, waiting, like a whispered echo, to be heard. In the heart of Iceland, amid landscapes shaped by ancient volcanic fury and gentle glacial caresses, lies the enigmatic Lake Lagarfliot. This serpentine body of water weaves its way through emerald forests and stark cliffs, a juxtaposition of nature's elegance and its unfathomable mysteries. Here, beneath the surface where sunlight dances shadows in fleeting patterns, folklore whispers of the Lagarfliot worm, or Lagarfliot sormurin, a creature as ancient as the land itself, shrouded in echoes of legend and enigma. Centuries have passed since the first tales of the worm began to unravel among the people living near the lake's misty shores. Described often as a colossal, serpent-like entity, it slithers through the narratives of time, leaving in its wake a path of awe mixed with unease. The essence of these tales persists in the quiet murmurings of villagers, their voices carrying the weight of history, handing down warnings and wonders from ancestors long gone. While skeptics might dismiss these stories as mere figments of overzealous imaginations, to the storytellers, these are the threads that weave the rich tapestry of Icelandic lore and cultural heritage. In 2012, the spectral veil of the Lagarfliot worm's legend was momentarily lifted, revealing a scene that captured global fascination. It began innocuously, with a government operation aiming to film the tranquility of East Iceland's waterways. Instead, what the cameras captured was a sight that transcended both time and skepticism, a long, undulating form seemingly at odds with the calm ripples of the lake. This footage, cryptic yet profoundly mesmerizing, sparked debates that echoed far beyond the frosty air of Lagarfliot. The mysterious figure writhed through icy waters like a spectral memory, a fleeting glimpse into a hidden realm. The footage, considered authentic by an Icelandic truth commission, conferred an unusual gravity to what had been a fable of shadows. Unlike other cryptic sightings often relegated to folklore's margins, the official recognition bestowed upon the Lagerfljót worm a credibility that bridged myth and measured reality. This blend of validation with the ethereal nature of its existence elevated it into the pantheon of cryptic tales that dominate the human psyche, beyond the grasp of modern scrutiny. Yet, the mesmerizing dance captured on video has perplexed many minds, prompting a plethora of interpretations. Some say this sighting was a glimpse of a living enigma, perhaps a survivor from an alien aquatic lineage. Others attribute the creature's manifestation to more mundane occurrences. Perhaps it was driftwood, for example, caught in the swirls of the lake, metamorphosed into improbability by nature's fickle hand. Despite varying interpretations, the allure of the footage endures, clinging to the imagination like mist on the Lagerfljót banks, withstanding the relentless scrutiny of curious gazes. The Truth Commission's verdict offered a rare official nod to the inexplicable. In a world crowded with tales vying for reality's recognition, this declaration imbued the myth of the Lagerfljót worm with a singular significance. It transformed an age-old story into a contemporary question mark, inviting engagement that goes beyond mere storytelling. For those who have devoted themselves to unraveling mystic tales, this recognition was not merely a point of validation, but an invitation to explore new depths within the narrative that crosses the line between known and unknown, faith and fact. Scientists, with their thirst for elucidation, have ventured into the narrative, attempting to reconcile the lake's mysteries with rationality's wholesome glare. Various hypotheses float atop these murky waters, from the plausible existence of large aquatic creatures to the fanciful specter of prehistoric residuum. These explorations bleed together with the mythology, their interwoven narratives a dance of reality and reverie, challenging the limits of scientific convention. Cryptozoologists, the custodians of creaturely enigmas, view the Lagerfljót worm as a tapestry of evidence and age-old lore, interlaced with whispers of otherworldly majesty. This blurred confluence of mythos with contemporary insights teases the horizon of understanding, blurring boundaries and redefining parables of wonder. Through these endeavors, cryptozoologists aim to peel back layers of storytelling dust, revealing resonances of genuine creatures beneath time-worn veils. To the locals, the worm is more than a visual curiosity. It represents the marriage of myth and lived experience, shaping the collective consciousness. Its legacy does not merely haunt the waters, but finds its home in the cultural psyche, a testament to the continuity of Iceland's storytelling spirit. The Lagerfljót worm impresses upon its listeners the necessity to heed the capriciousness of nature, to respect that which sits outside the spectrum of understanding. With each retelling, the undulating form gains permanence, finding life anew in the resonant chamber of human memory and narrative. There is a sense of global camaraderie among waterborne myths, a thread weaving together tales of the Loch Ness Monster and Lake Champlain's Champ. These stories invite a dialogue beyond the limits of geography, whispering universal truths through their enduring mystery. The Lagerfljót worm contributes its verse to this global ballad, an emblem of nature's profound capacity for surprise and enigma. Lake Lagerfljót itself, an ecosystem shrouded in geological phenomena, holds secrets not easily grasped from its surface. The interplay of environment and legend casts shadows of beastly forms, cloaking the depths in a mystique born of natural spectacle. It is a place where perception is both betrayer and guide, where the twilight of uncertainty is embraced rather than shunned. Local eyewitnesses contribute to this mystique, their stories echoing across the lake like whispers borne by the wind. Personal narratives, though colored with subjectivity, provide strands of consistency that bind together an otherwise fragmented myth. These tales cherish the same reverence for mystery that continues to nurture belief, sustaining the allure of the Lagerfliot worm amid technological clarity and rationalist discourse. Modern media, with its vast and unbridled reach, has breathed new life into old legends. Through screens and streams, the story of the Lagerfliot worm reaches families hearing the tale by hearth fires to urban dwellers seeking moments of wonder. In the interplay of image and imagination, folklore finds revival, weaving once local stories into the greater tapestry of shared human wonder. Skepticism persists as a necessary companion to belief, providing equilibrium in the realm of the unbelievable. Where one sees a ghostly worm rise from the depths, another espies an illusion crafted by light and water, yet both engage with the same tale, informed by differing desires for truth. It is in this tension that legends either evaporate or evolve, sculpted by doubt and faith into shapes ever more intriguing. For some, the worm is not merely an entity, but a reflection of spiritual continuity, embodying the emotional depths concealed beneath tranquility's veneer. These interpretations elevate it beyond the corporeal into a symbol of unseen forces shaping the perceptible world. Beneath the lake's shrouded surface, the worm invites endless reflection on the profundity of what could dwell hidden or seen in the waters and within ourselves. A natural consequence of its allure, the Lagerfliot worm has drawn intrepid seekers of tales from beyond, ushering them into Iceland's ethereal embrace. These tourists, animated by dreams of encounters with the extraordinary, tread paths well worn by storytellers of old, mingling wonder with reality in their journey. In following the tale, they become part of it, weaving new strands into the ancient fabric that binds legend and land. Technology now serves as both beacon and screen, providing both clarity and distortion as it propels the worm's story into digital immortality. As it unveils, it obscures, enhancing detail, yet sometimes manufacturing illusion. This tension drapes the narrative in an aura of spectral haze, befitting myths born in twilight and stone. In the quest for understanding, intrepid exploration has ventured into Lake Lagerfliot's aquatic abyss, the drive for knowledge undeterred by history's shadows. These voyages into the depths resonate with purpose, yet their discoveries remain elusive, refracting lofty dreams through water's prism. In this persistent pursuit, the spirit of curiosity finds its companion. When placed alongside its global cryptid kin, the Lagerfliot worm's story offers a unique resonance, a transcending narrative of acknowledged folklore. Through comparative reflection, researchers illuminate patterns that speak of shared roots in the psyche, a universal kinship found in tales of creatures born from humankind's deepest waters. In this floating journey through myth and knowledge, understanding the known fortifies any search for the elusive. Immersing in the historical depths of Lake Lagerfliot facilitates voyages ever deeper, allowing explorers to dance with shadows amidst substance, led by a torch lighted by curiosity. Whether the worm emerges as undiscovered life or nature's whimsical illusion, each revelation holds the potential to recast narratives thought immutable. Hidden truths and untold discoveries beckon in equal measure, luring even the most rational mind to wander amongst the whispers. Speculations unfurl as a natural sequel to the known, each hypothesis a brushstroke in the panorama of wonder and reality. Misunderstood animal or ancient echo, each contributes texture to the legend's canvas, complemented by humanity's inclination to proclaim discovery amid mystery. Where tale and truth embrace, a doorway opens to reflection on the heart of legend and lucidity. The paradox of perceptive insight intertwines with the certainty of unseen worlds, prompting the eternal dance between narrative understanding and empirical revelations. Globally, the tale of the worm sends ripples across continents, drawing into its orbit those drawn to the enigmatic and wondrous. It fosters dialogue beyond borders and invites a shared kinship in exhilaration of the unknown, binding listeners into a worldwide community of those who seek beyond the shimmer of displacement. And so, Lake Lagerfliot flows on, carrying with each ripple the eternal story of the unseen. The water sets no boundaries on the depth of wonder it harbors, leaving its mystery intact for those drawn to speculate, dream, and believe. In its depths, the worm symbolically resides, an eternal echo of curiosity casting its shadow across the lacustrine bounds, an invitation to each passerby to pause, listen, and imagine the whispers of the water. The legend of Champ has long intertwined itself with the waters of Lake Champlain, a storied expanse stretching over 120 miles, embracing the borders of New York, Vermont, and Canada. The lake whispers mysteries through the ages, its gentle waves beckoning historians, cryptozoologists, and curious minds to ponder the tale of the creature said to dwell beneath its surface. In the haunting chill of dawn or the dimming light of dusk, shadows play over the water, igniting imaginations with the possibility of an ancient being surfacing momentarily before sinking back into the depths. This fabled spectacle, akin to a dance between the known and unknown, traces its origins to the early 1600s. Here, the renowned French explorer Samuel de Champlain, for whom the lake is named, navigated these waters and claimed to have glimpsed a strange serpent-like creature, a precursor to the enduring legend of Champ. Champ's tale unfurls like the embrace of mist upon the lake, weaving folklore with eyewitness testimony, whispering secrets as ancient as the rocks that cradle the lake. Over centuries, fishermen, tourists, and even scientists have spoken of seeing a creature unlike any other, its presence sparking both fear and fascination. Stories abound, describing a long, sinuous entity, echoing the silhouette of the famous Loch Ness Monster. These accounts, passed from one generation to the next, build upon each other like the layering stones of a cathedral, crafting a narrative that is as beguiling as it is elusive. In an era where technology often overwhelms mystery, the tale of Champ endures, inviting us to linger on its shores and listen to the whispers of time. The chronicles of Champ speak through the ages, with roots tracing back over 400 years. Samuel de Champlain first cast light upon this enigma in 1609, documenting an encounter with an aquatic creature of serpentine grace, approximately 20 feet in length, with a head reminiscent of a horse. This early sighting was the stone cast into a pond, its ripples spreading wider and drawing more witnesses into its mystery as the centuries rolled on. By the 19th century, records became more robust, with newspapers capturing tales of encounters. In 1819, the Plattsburgh Republican told of Captain Crumb, who described a beast of daunting dimensions, around 187 feet long, with a head that conjured images of a seahorse. Such historical testimonies construct a timeline interwoven with consistency and wonder. These early depictions, mingling myth with memory, echo the serpentine figure seen undulating through the lake's waters, tempting fate to reveal what lies beneath. As history recorded these accounts, they etched Champ deeper into local folklore, blending the boundaries between imagination and belief, threading the tale of Champ into the web of cryptozoological exploration that persists today. Perhaps the most tantalizing piece of this puzzle manifests in the form of a photograph captured by Sandra Mancy in 1977. Her image stands as a testament to curiosity and debate, a visual artifact scrutinized with relentless passion. On a day framed by tranquility, while her family basked in the natural beauty of Lake Champlain, Mancy pointed her camera lens towards the water and crystallized a moment that would fuel imaginations for decades. In the picture, a silhouette rises gracefully from the lake, an elongated neck, the hint of a submerged body, conjuring visions of the legendary Loch Ness Monster. The Mancy photograph commands a pivotal place within Champ's narrative, serving as both evidence and enigma. While skeptics have cast doubt upon its authenticity, proposing misidentifications or potential trickery, the photograph endures the trials of time, holding its ground against scrutiny. For cryptozoologists and enthusiasts, it embodies the melding of myth and modernity, a bridge linking folkloric whispers with the desire for tangible truth. As the photograph lingers faintly at the edge of acceptance, it underscores the human drive for discovery in places where myth resides. Beyond the intrigue of mystery lies the cultural heart. Champ's spirit entwines itself with the rhythms of life along Lake Champlain, symbolizing both the essence of folklore and the heartbeat of local identity. The creature enriches the tapestry of cultural life, weaving through festivals, merchandise, and tales told by firelight that draw visitors to its shores. Like a traveler seeking solace in the familiar, Champ finds its place in community gatherings, manifesting through allegorical expression in schools, newspapers, and shared stories that embrace the wonder of the unknown. Champ, in its legendary capacity, anchors not just narratives, but the very essence of cultural pride and preservation. It becomes a custodian of tradition, an emblem that transcends the ordinary, merging belief with identity in ways that resonate across generations. Within the lore of Champ lies a bridge between past and present, encouraging new whispers of wonder that echo through campfires, in tales spun under starlit skies, drawing seekers into a dance with the unknown. Science, too, wades into the depths of Lake Champlain, curiously probing the possibility of Champ in a dance between skepticism and open exploration. Though hard evidence remains elusive, the lake becomes a stage for rigorous inquiry. Sonar technology, underwater cameras, and ecological analysis delve into the unseen, searching for traces of what may linger beneath the rippling waters. The quest for understanding ebbs and flows, like the lake itself, entertaining hypotheses from rational misidentifications of sturgeons and gaur to whispers of prehistoric relics living in isolated harmony. Beneath this scientific curiosity lies an acceptance of nature's mysteries, embracing the balance between myth and observable phenomena. The resonance of Champ within scientific circles invites interdisciplinary collaboration, where biologists, ecologists, and cryptozoologists unite paths, drawing on each field's strength to pursue the shared quest. Together, they unspool the narratives of Lake Champlain, casting light into its depths in a spirit of reverence and discovery, a testament to the endless dance between the facts we uncover and the mysteries we cherish. Yet, amidst these tales, let us not forget the ecological wealth of Lake Champlain, a vibrant ecosystem teeming with diverse life forms. This watery haven, cloaked in mystery and beauty, supports a myriad of species, its depths safeguarding secrets and wonders alike. The very character of Lake Champlain invites speculation, with its varying depths, temperature changes, and abundant nourishment offering refuge to both ordinary and extraordinary inhabitants. Every ripple carries a secret, every shadow holds potential, and within every whisper of water lies the essence of life's continuity and change. The ecological interdependence at play within the lake intricately ties Champ to the broader conversation of conservation and environmental awareness. Challenges like pollution, invasive species, and climate shifts remind us of the delicate balance in nature and the need to preserve habitats for all, both seen and unseen. The symphony of life enveloping Lake Champlain calls for thoughtful conservation, urging us to protect the environment not only with science, but with stewardship born of respect and admiration for the marvels hidden within its depths. Cryptozoology, blending science and legend, seeks to illuminate the shadows in this discourse, meticulously navigating between rigorous methodologies and folklore's allure. Sonar readings, photographic analyses, and ecological surveys converge with tales from the lips of those who have gazed into eyes they cannot quite define. The dance of cryptozoologists with their scientific counterparts crafts an intricate performance, a pursuit of understanding melding with the intricate weave of narrative and tradition. Yet, the other side of this dance must also be honored, the skepticism holding the rhythm steady, ensuring stories withstand the weight of inquiry. Just as myth and belief breathe life into tales of Champ, skepticism tempers this fervor, reminding us that the dance requires both partners, entwined in a pursuit not of disapproval, but of reflection and examination. As these forces entwine, they build a framework of exploration where inspiration and inquiry move in unison, unveiling insights into our longing to reach beyond what is known. In exploring Champ, we encounter echoes of creatures mirrored in the reflections of Loch Ness and Ogopogo, names whispered across continents and woven into the fabric of cryptid lore. These legendary beings resonate with shared humanity, portraying similar forms and inviting cross-cultural exploration. The collective narratives swirl together like currents, drawing upon universal motifs of nature's mysteries, compelling researchers, storytellers, and communities to unite in shared exploration of the sublime unknown. Into this weave of mystery and exploration comes the transformative role of media and technology. In this digital age, stories of Champ journey further and faster, carried on the wings of social media and streaming content, expanding the chorus of voices drawn into the legend. Digital advances capture the interplay of light upon the waves more clearly, more vividly, and yet face the challenge of discerning authenticity amidst sensationalized noise. By the shores of this lake, witness testimonies offer the heart of Champ's soul, breathing life into its ongoing narrative. These voices resonate across time and space, weaving an oral history rich in personal tales and encounters, threads spun with sincerity and awe, knotting the present with the past. Fishermen casting their lines into the dawn's embrace, locals sharing tales over lakeside fires, all carry the echoes of stories retold, each bearing the weight of belief. Through these voices, Champ becomes more than a creature. It becomes a vessel for shared experience, a mirror reflecting that within us, which yearns for connection with the unseen and mysterious. Thus, Lake Champlain emerges as an essential character in this tale, influencing the rhythm of beliefs, weaving the strands of tourism and economy into the fabric of its legend. The allure of Champ, as a guardian of the lake's mystery, draws travelers from near and far, wooed by the promise of discovery and the thrill of possibility. Local economies embrace this cryptid narrative, crafting an identity interwoven with the shadowy depths and drawing sustenance from the world's collective curiosity. Surrounding Champ rests the reverence for indigenous wisdom, echoing ancient stories of serpents guarding the sacred waters. The Abenaki and Iroquois tribes, first tellers of this tale, entwine their understanding with cultural narrative, illustrating the profound relationship with nature and the mysteries held within its folds. Such stories span bridgeless divides, inviting us into a shared understanding of respect and regard for the land's inherent sanctity. Scientific skepticism provides an essential counterpart to belief, a grounding presence that invites rigorous scrutiny and thoughtful evaluation. In exploring Champ, science becomes a compass guiding us through the narratives, weaving threads of inquiry that stir reflection and further discovery. The drive for knowledge through scientific rigor, entwined with cultural narratives and personal reflections, reveals the heart of humanity's quest for connection and understanding. Ultimately, within the legends of Champ lies a reflection of ourselves, a deeper contemplation of our curiosity and our longing to connect with what eludes us. Through Champ's whispers, we embrace the dance between what is known and unknown, between the scientific and the spiritual, between fleeting glimpses and enduring belief. The dialogue between nature's mysteries and our own nature thrives, an enduring thread that draws us back to the water's edge to stand in awe of what lies beneath still waters, awaiting discovery. Each one of these elements serves as a star in the constellation of Champ's allure, guiding those who gaze upon them to explore the wonder encapsulated within Lake Champlain's depths. Above all, they remind us to listen closely, to let the rhythms of the lake speak, and to follow their echoes into the sacred space of mystery and imagination, the eternal dance of what is known and what is yet to be. In the gentle embrace of summer in 2008, along the serene shores of Montauk, New York, the sands bore witness to a peculiar spectacle that blurred the line between myth and reality. Vacationers, immersed in the tranquil rhythm of the sea, stumbled upon a creature that seemed to emerge from the depths of folklore, a being that defied simple explanation and captured the world's fascination. Dubbed the Montauk Monster, this enigmatic presence ignited whispers that spanned from local taverns to the boundless realms of the internet. Was this creature a relic of an undiscovered species, a cryptid echoing the tales of yore, or perhaps an elaborate prank woven into the fabric of the ordinary? The absence of immediate identification only amplified its enigma, nurturing theories that flourished like sea foam nestled upon the rocks. The Montauk Monster swiftly captivated media outlets, its grotesque visage splashed across myriad platforms. The creature's hairless form, beak-like mouth, and peculiar proportions evoked both fascination and discomfort, prompting dialogue about the uncharted territories at the fringes of science and imagination. No longer confined by the shores upon which it was discovered, its image ricocheted through digital spaces, a modern twist on ancient explorations of fear and wonder. The creature became a cultural moment, a reflection of a collective consciousness seeking to reconcile the mysteries of the ancient world with the scientific scrutiny of modernity. Through this lens, we embark on a reflective journey into the labyrinthine narratives that the Montauk Monster conjures. An exploration of local myths, clandestine speculations, and the delicate interplay between nature's unpredictability and our insatiable curiosity. The immediate response to the Montauk Monster was a cacophony of media fervor. Journalists and onlookers flocked to Montauk, eager to capture the essence of this seaside anomaly. Headlines blazed with intrigue, further igniting global discourse and speculation. In a world where images can travel through time and space in mere moments, the Montauk Monster became a sensation, a merging of myth and reality for a public acclimated to the miraculous and the mysterious. Across social media's vast landscape, users indulged in speculation, crafting narratives that ranged from the plausible to the fantastical. Was this a cryptid, a creature whose existence defied the scientific catalog, or the result of clandestine government endeavors? Could it be a genetic experiment veiled in secrecy? These digital musings became a modern mythogenesis, transmuting a beachside discovery into a global cultural phenomenon that challenged our perception of the known and the imagined. Drawing closer to the creature, a descriptive analysis unveils a being that is both fascinating and unsettling. The Montauk Monster, comparable in size to a small dog, possessed a strange amalgamation of features. A beak-like structure where its nose should have been, bulbous eyes, and a body clad in leathery, decaying skin. Its proportions piqued curiosity, with forelimbs unusually large compared to its hind ones, as if sculpted by an artist with a predilection for the surreal. Sparse, fuzzy hair covered select parts of its body, hinting at evolutionary pathways not yet traversed by scientific inquiry. In this creature's anatomy lay an enigma that docked at taxonomic systems with no semblance of familiarity. Some hypothesized that this might be a species previously hidden from human eyes, perhaps dwelling in isolation until the tides conspired to present it upon our shores. Yet, the absence of definitive evidence leaves the door ajar for contemplation, inviting enthusiasts of cryptozoology to ponder its mysteries. The legends and myths of Montauk imbue the creature with a cultural depth, weaving it into the rich tapestry of indigenous folklore and maritime myth that define the region. Long before the Montauk Monster surfaced, tales of sea creatures and enigmatic entities thrived in the imagination of those who called the area home. Stories passed through generations, told by flickering firelight, informant of the extraordinary amidst the ordinary. The Montauk Monster's appearance was more than a scientific curiosity. It was a continuation of living mythology, a link between the tangible and the metaphysical, a narrative echo reverberating through time, mingling past legends with present wonder. Turning to ecological considerations, the Montauk Monster's arrival may be attributed to the ever-changing dynamics of its coastal habitat. This environment, caught between the dance of land and sea, provides a stage for interactions where life converges, often birthing unexpected sightings. Storms and currents sometimes deliver creatures from the ocean's depths to the human gaze, offering unplanned glimpses into a world otherwise hidden. In this light, the Montauk Monster personifies nature's caprice, its presence a reminder of the interconnectedness of all life forms. It prompts us to reflect on the fragile balance within complex ecosystems, urging respect for the marvels that remain concealed beneath ocean waves. The strange features of the creature naturally inspired whispers of clandestine experiments, fueling a realm of conspiracy theories. Some voices suggested connections to the nearby Plum Island Animal Disease Center, where it was rumored that genetics experiments and research into pathogenic creatures took place. The proximity of this facility lent credence to the tales of secretive creations, as if the Montauk Monster were the progeny of hidden laboratory activities. These speculations spoke to broader societal anxieties about unchecked scientific exploration, the moral terrain where creation and manipulation converge. Without concrete evidence, such narratives remain in the realm of speculation, yet they serve as a prism through which we examine the contemporary tension between innovation and the sanctity of nature. Scientific opinions on the Montauk Monster leaned toward more grounded explanations, as experts sought classifications that aligned with known zoological frameworks. Suggestions of decomposed raccoon or other common mammal forms emerged as plausible identities, considering the creature's ravaged state and oceanic journey. Exposure to the elements, sun, saltwater, currents, can undeniably alter a corpse, stripping away identifiers and leaving behind a form that defies expectations. Despite mundane interpretations, the lack of consensus only deepened the mystery, allowing space for alternative narratives to flourish. The Montauk Monster continues to invite empirical inquiry and imaginative exploration, acting as a bridge where belief and skepticism coalesce, fostering an ongoing dialogue that examines the very boundaries of reality. Yet, the Montauk Monster's story does not conclude neatly, for the physical remains vanished almost as swiftly as they appeared. Accounts indicate that the creature's corporeal form disappeared, whether consumed by tides, scavengers, or forces yet unseen. Its absence has fueled the myth, leaving us with only photographs and testimonies to untangle its origin. The void serves as a reminder of the multifaceted nature of evidence and how, in its absence, the mind's eye conjures new dimensions of the unknown. Indeed, the disappearance of the physical body transformed the Montauk Monster from an object of curiosity to a legendary specter, a reminder of how mystery itself is both tenuous and profound. Photographic records of the Montauk Monster continue to attract scrutiny, considerations of lighting, angles, and context offering glimpses, but never the full picture. These captured images are portals where consensus is elusive, their quality sometimes inadequate to provide the clarity that would extinguish speculation. Instead, they validate the creature's presence in our world, offering a glimpse into the interplay between observer and observed. Together, these photos distill the narrative into something both haunting and potent, leaving a legacy that illustrates the limits of visual documentation in untangling the enigma it sought to capture. Thus, the Montauk Monster emerges not merely as a biological curiosity, but as a cultural artifact, an embodiment of our endless fascination with the mysteries that skirt the edges of our understanding. Public perception wavers between awe and skepticism, a dialogue that echoes humanity's deeper engagement with life's enigmas. In these shifting interpretations, we find the pulse of curiosity that drives movement between the known and the unknown, a continual quest for meaning within the shroud of the inexplicable. The Montauk Monster invites society to confront its infatuations, serving as both muse and mirror in the reflection of our connection to mysteries yet written. Within the realm of cryptozoology, the Montauk Monster occupies a distinctive niche, a challenge to conventional paradigms and a beacon for those who seek beyond established boundaries. This discipline reconciles science and myth, inviting an interdisciplinary dialogue that gleans insight from both evidence-based reasoning and creative speculation. In doing so, it nurtures a receptive space where anecdotes and stories transform into components of a greater knowledge quest, each whisper contributing to the ever-expanding narrative tapestry that quests toward the unknown. The Montauk Monster is not alone in its singularity. It joins a larger chorus of strange phenomena reported across the globe, each an enigma wrapped in cultural context. Comparisons to other anomalies, whether the Gambo in Africa or the Chilean blob, illustrate the persistence of such mysteries through time and space. Each case becomes a chapter in the wider story of humankind's engagement with the unexplained, a reminder of the limitless creativity born from encounters at the fringe of understanding. Within this complex interplay, governments and institutions have also found themselves drawn into the narrative, both in attempts to demystify and in contributing to the myth. Official statements and silence both serve to entwine public perception with authorities' discernible opacity, weaving a secondary mystery of trust, transparency, and the secretive corridors where conjecture flourishes in place of clarity. The absence of explicit acknowledgement of the creature's origins only amplifies its cultural resonance, allowing governmental narratives to weave seamlessly into the broader mythos. Academia's engagement with the Montauk Monster reflects a scientific skepticism that strives to ground the narrative within established principles. Scholars dissect the myths that evolve around such creatures, ultimately illuminating the shadow realms where mystery and reason intersect. Within the academic framework, the Montauk Monster becomes a pedagogical tool, a catalyst for conversations about biology, environmental factors, and public perception of the unknown. Here, the creature's story is repurposed for educational gain, ensuring the legacy of mystery remains entwined with scholarly rigor. Beyond factual recounting, the Montauk Monster finds fertile ground in the arts, where writers and artists draw from its inherent mystique to explore themes that transcend the corporeal. It becomes a metaphor, a hinterland between reality and myth, grounding narratives in the examination of humankind's continual search for comprehension within a world replete with wonder and unpredictability. Stories inspired by the creature capture moments that exist beyond empirical validation, enriching the ongoing dialogue between art, expression, and mystery, celebrating the human penchant for latent exploration in every corner of the unknown. The voices of those who witnessed the Montauk Monster firsthand add depth to its ever-evolving mythos, recounted as stories that intertwine the corporeal with the conceptual. Each recounting brings a fresh perspective that invites collective engagement with the narrative puzzle. These accounts are more than whispers of an encounter. They echo within the corridors of the collective consciousness, weaving intimacy into the broader mystery and expanding the creature's allure beyond the tangible horizon of our perception. The Montauk Monster occupies a liminal space where symbolism and spirituality converge, serving as a catalyst for explorations that surpass mere physicality. For some, it is a symbol of rupture amidst mundane reality, a reminder of nature's unpredictable might and the cosmic dance that binds each thread to the grand tapestry of existence. In this sphere, believers and skeptics unite to ponder life's essential mysteries, the metaphysical revelations inherent in the physical and the spiritual. Cinematic and literary landscapes abound with stories that echo the essence of the Montauk Monster, expressions that navigate the boundaries between science, ethics, and curiosity. Whether glimpsed in the pages of fiction or the frames of a film, these narratives explore the human condition with echoes of the creature's myth wrapped in allegory, reflecting societal navigation of fear, wonder, and the ethics of exploration. In their portrayal, these works reinforce the Montauk Monster's place within an enduring woven tradition of humanity's dance with the unknown. While the Montauk Monster resides within the nexus of media intrigue, it also beckons us to explore non-media explanations of natural phenomena. The processes of decomposition, interaction with marine environments, or the mechanics of powerful currents might all contribute to its perplexing deformation. A convergence of biology, ecology, and fortuity crafts seemingly spectral tales from the product of ordinary forces, a profound reminder that mystery is often the light cast by an overlooked interaction of natural forces. Cryptid enthusiast communities have nurtured the Montauk Monster's tale, creating rich dialogues founded on shared curiosity and exploration. Evolving conversations encompass everything from local folklore to scientific parallels, all woven with the thread of fascination for creatures yet fully known. These vibrant communities cultivate multidisciplinary discussions, expanding the boundaries of what's known and revered, as enthusiasts, experts, and storytellers converge in the quest to illuminate the shadows of the cryptic. Globally, the allure of mysterious creatures weaves through the hearts of diverse cultures, each with its own lore that brushes against the spectral nature of the Montauk Monster. These collective stories, from Loch Ness to Yeti, transcend geographical boundaries to form a universal chorus that threads together humanity's intrinsic yearning to find kinship with the unknown. These legends reflect shared urges to bridge appearances with understanding, a collective mosaic celebrating the chaotic yet wondrous potential nestled within the fabric of life. Through the lens of anthropology, the Montauk Monster becomes a vessel through which we explore societal reactions and perceptions, woven with symbolic threads and enacted with human imagination. By examining the creature's impact against cultural settings, we reveal insights into ourselves and find commonalities within the encoded narratives each community holds dear. As each rekindling of the legend preserves and reinvigorates belief, we discover meaning in our interactions with the unknown, transforming cryptids into icons of resilience and the universal experience of the enigma as expression and existence. While skepticism remains an element of discourse, so too does a commitment to empirical rebuttal, embracing scrutiny and logic to ground assertions about the Montauk Monster with reality's tangible restraint. Skeptic communities contribute to the broader conversation with nuance and care, providing balanced critique that acknowledges mystery's essential place beside reason. This approach not only broadens understanding, but encourages continued exploration through hands that hold both curiosity and empirical rigor in steady balance, weaving skepticism into the quest for deeper truth. The Montauk Monster's tale exemplifies the enduring allure of the ungraspable, a story rich with intricacies and inquisition that entwines with our compulsion toward truth-seeking. This narrative concludes not in resolution, but in reflection, the creature's invocation serving as a perpetual testament, a reminder of the enduring dance between the known and the intangible. Enshrined within the world's collective memory, the Montauk Monster returns to the realms of uncertainty, continually inspiring more questions than answers, a vibrating echo of the unfathomable mysteries that color the outer reaches of our perception. Under a shroud of moonlit mystery and Kentucky mist, the tale of the Pope Lick Monster winds its way through the local lore like a spectral train upon the tracks it haunts. This legend casts a shadow over the trestle bridge near Louisville, where whispers of a cryptid mix with the mournful cries of the past. Here, adventure and tragedy entwine, echoing in the memories of those who once sought the creature, drawn by its sinister allure. Unlike the creatures that skulk in impenetrable woods or lurk unseen under the murky waters, the Pope Lick monster is said to dwell on this iron bastion, stretching across the landscapes, as if inviting the daring into its dominion. The bridge, a metaphorical and literal threshold between safety and peril, speaks of both mythical narratives and real-life encounters. Stories of this creature whisper through campfires and community gatherings, planting seeds of fascination and dread in equal measure. Some say it is part goat, part man, a beast whose horns curl like devilish embellishments, a terrifying guardian of this iron scar upon the land. Whether guided by curiosity or a fatal yearning for thrills, seekers of the Pope Lick monster often find themselves trapped between legend and harsh reality, many sharing the tragic fate that further nourishes this dark story. The allure of the unknown, coupled with tangible loss, forges a potent mix that keeps the legend alive, a dance between skepticism and belief, each death a testament to the bridge's allure. In this dance lies the eternal friction between fact and myth, as new witnesses step into the shadows, drawn by tales that refuse to fade. The legend is steeped in ambiguity, a creation of countless voices and stories passed through time, absorbing elements from diverse cultures. Some claim its origins are cautionary, spun from the need to keep children away from the dangers of the train tracks. Others suggest more ancient roots, where goat-headed figures of myth mingle with early settlers' legends, drawing on themes of mischief and darkness common across global folklore. Louisville's industrial vestiges provide a setting ripe for such a tale, their decaying structures casting long shadows over the region's collective memory and offering fertile ground for fantastical imaginings. Here, reminders of a bygone era validate the whispers of a beast that watches and waits, its visage a constant where history, tragedy, and myth intersect. Descriptive accounts of the monster, while varied, contain elements that strike chords of primal fear, an otherworldly embodiment of ancient fears and warnings. Like an apparition straddling the realms of nature and nightmare, its goat-like visage is both timeless and terrifying. With eyes that seem to pierce the veil between present and past, the Pope Lick monster is reported to possess an intelligence that chills the blood, a malignant wisdom that challenges human understanding. Witnesses share stories of an unholy wail echoing through the still night, a sound that draws and daunts, as if the creature itself compels those within its domain to near and perilous ends. The bridge is the trestle's stage, and the monster its specter. Human folly and youthful daredevilry find a natural setting here, where the bridge, narrow and unyielding, offers no shelter from oncoming trains, no refuge from their terrible force. Signs and warnings do little to abate the allure. The Pope Lick monster ensures this structure is more than engineering. It's a canvas upon which haunting tales are painted with tragic strokes. The bridge becomes a destination, a nexus where courage meets its match, where the thrill seeker and the legend watcher converge, the unyielding presence of the monstrous overseer echoing through the night like a mournful sonnet. This trestle has claimed many lives, each a verse in the ballad of its grim reputation. Over the years, the Pope Lick monster's legacy has blossomed in the fertile ground of collective loss and yearning. Each fatality adds credence to the legend, with newspapers and whispers carving fresh inscriptions into its growing legend. Doubts about the monster's corporeal existence do little to diminish its spirit, which lingers in local lore as a silent sentinel over both history and expectation. The accounts of those who have come face to face with the Pope Lick monster share a thread of eeriness that ties them across time and space. Witnesses recount being overtaken by an oppressive air, a weight that grows heavier as the trestle draws nearer. Eyes flick through the mists, catching glimpses of something both ethereal and terrifying. A creature or illusion, it matters not, for the effect is the same. As shadows coalesce, the image of the monster dances through the fog, lauding believers and skeptics alike with its chilling spectacle. Folklore is the tapestry in which this monster thrives. Through narrative, the creature's tale evolves, a beacon of ancient wisdom speaking both caution and thrill. The Pope Lick Monster is more than a cautionary tale, it's a cultural insight, a look into humanity's unrelenting exploration of taboo, the magnetic pull of the mysterious. In these tales lie themes universal to cryptids, a reflection on man's duality and the fear of the beast within. The creature's place in the cultural imagination blurs lines between legend and life, promising hidden knowledge and peril along the way, allowing communities to process fear through the enduring medium of storytelling. Interpretations of the monster have shifted with the ages, mirroring societal values and how they relate to their environment. Traditionally, the monster served as a bogeyman, a warning not to venture where harm was sure to follow. Its goat-man form echoes age-old iconographies of the diabolic, channeling infernal imagery to press moral lessons through mythic expression. However, modern eyes view the legend with both skepticism and an insatiable thirst for adventure. The Pope Lick Monster becomes not just a myth, but a challenge to relish and recount. An experience woven well into the fabric of communal memory and individual discovery. At the confluence of myth and reality, where the ephemeral meets the tangible, the Pope Lick Monster occupies a liminal space where stories breathe life into facts, transforming mere geography into symbol. Each sighting, each narrative, from whispers to headline, becomes part of a storytelling fabric that engages with timeless themes, enhancing the legend. Some skeptically argue away the supernatural as trickery of the mind, yet the unmet desire to comprehend refuses to let the story fall silent. Investigation into the Pope Lick Monster teeters between passion and denial, each camp driven by their own motives, the thrill to prove or to debunk. On one side stand those wielding technology in pursuit of proof. On the other, those reminding that nature often masquerades familiar in extraordinary tales. Decades of searching provide no concrete answers but fuel further fascination. An infinite loop of question and intrigue, each feeding the legend's unquenchable thirst for notoriety. In the realm of public imagination, the Pope Lick Monster remains an indelible icon. The narrative is perpetuated and transformed by media, lifting its presence from local legend to broader cultural phenomenon. Digital channels expand its reach, allowing the tale to morph and mutate beyond its railway origins. Media floods the monster's story with possibility, casting its long shadow into the realms of podcasts, documentaries, and creative narratives that keep the story alive, immortalizing a myth that resists fading into obscurity. Engagement with this legend becomes a social act, united communities threading their experiences with the shared thrill of the unknown. Local events that celebrate this allure dance on the edge of skepticism and belief, bringing together a spectrum of perspectives where the tale grows with each telling. The narrative becomes not just a whisper in the dark, but also a vibrant thread wound around the cultural pole, a chord struck within each participant. Media's role ensures that whispers of the Pope Lick Monster stretch beyond regional confines, transforming from local caution to an enticing tale for those wrapped in the romance of the unexplained. Its digital life enriches the narrative, each retelling securing its place in the annals of American myth, making sure the lore persists well into future centuries. Through staggering adaptation into popular culture, the legend of the Pope Lick monster wells forth, ceaselessly reborn through literature and film, taking on new lives with each iteration. To the adventurous soul, the creature symbolizes defiance against the ordinary strictures of the world. A jaunt across the tracks becomes an anthem of rebellion, a hook into life's exhilarating fringes that challenge monotonous routine. The monster is less adversary, more rite of passage for those seeking the thrill of surviving close dances with peril. In the legend lies a powerful metaphor, one that resonates with primal yearnings against societal convention and dares those who listen to step beyond societal caution. Authorities understand well the potent allure the trestle holds over imaginations. In response, measures are deployed, raising fences and issuing warnings, steadfast attempts to temper the monster's pull. Efforts to dissuade trespassing toe a fine line, addressing physical peril without quelling the mythology that surrounds the creature. Yet even as these barriers rise, they must contend with the trestle's magnetic pull on curious minds, resisting a power that transcends finite borders. The quest for definitive proof marches on, paranormal enthusiasts gathering clues to either solidify or dispel the Pope Lick mythos. Here, specters play alongside science, each collected temperature shift or electronically captured whisper promising new insight. Still, the passage of collected data into concrete significance is mirage-like, making clear distinctions maddeningly elusive. Even those certain of debunking find themselves ensnared by the legend's clutches, wondering what truth might yet lie hidden. Skeptics challenge believers with analyses probing for rational underpinnings to this enduring narrative. They sift through layers of story, seeking truth amidst trickery, encouraging natural explanations that avoid more supernatural grounding. Their work suggests that imagination and environment conspire to fabricate fantastical encounters, and that deception sparks more mischief than truth. Yet, these efforts only serve to sustain curiosity's flame, as explanations fail to quench its luminosity. The Pope Lick monster's legend draws comparisons to a host of other American cryptids, each shaped by its own setting, but sharing an uncanny commonality. These creatures share folkloric threads, binding them with the fabric of American mythology while intertwining unique local tapestries. In comparing them, an underlying narrative structure suggests human fascination rather than any physical presence. A dance with darkness shared across states and stories, each thread feeding the other's myth. The legend's endurance lies in its dialogue with innate human psychology. It entices through cryptid allure, promising otherworldly discoveries and imagination borne upon mysterious air. In thought, the creature allows safe venture into realms of the unknown, inviting the mind to wander where body dares not. Here, narrative proves as vital as breath, serving as reminder that a great story is woven from both the lines read and the spaces between the words. Decades have not diminished the magic of the Pope Lick monster's tale. With every account, every loss on the trestle, the legend absorbs new life, ensuring its place within Kentucky folklore. As reality and myth intertwine, its ghostly presence lingers along iron tracks, whispering of mysteries kept and mysteries yet to unfold. Each generation that wonders is bound to be touched by this story, leaving trails that unspool into the endless mists of Kentucky night, shrouded in timeless mystery. In the softly whispering canopy of the Sumatran rainforests, where the dappled light dances in ancient rhythms upon the ground, tales of a mysterious creature have long lingered in the curving paths of human consciousness. This being, known to the locals as the Orang Pendek, meaning short person in their tongue, is much more than mere legend. Steeped in centuries of folklore, it weaves itself into the very fabric of humanity's eternal quest to touch the fringes of the known world, to stretch curious minds towards the infinite unknown. The Orang Pendek moves through these shadowed woods, described as a diminutive, bipedal hominid, distinct from other creatures with its unique attributes and subtle behaviors. Emanating from the oral traditions of indigenous tribes, these stories breathe life into a mystery that transcends mythology, forming a bridge to the uncharted reaches of our imagination. To the native peoples, these tales carry a weight of reverence and fear, underscoring their cultural essence against the vibrant backdrop of whispering leaves and the cries of unseen jungle companions. Beyond myth, the search for the Orang Pendek has summoned explorers and academics alike, drawn by the faint glow of undiscovered truths. Expeditions venture into the depths of these thick, verdant woods, propelled by the allure of adventure and suggestions that here thrives a species untapped by modern science. The curiosity mounted by the modern era, armed with advanced technologies, promises ever closer glimpses of this mysterious entity, fueling the dream of one day capturing undeniable evidence of its existence. Whispered rumors and sightings of the Orang Pendek trace back through the veins of history, entwined with Sumatra's cultural roots. Descriptions of this creature, walking upright and dwarf-like compared to usual primate dimensions, balance between awe and skeptical contemplation. Rich folklore among the Suku Anak Dalam, or the forest people who have shared their forested world with this creature, presents the Orang Pendek as a living emblem of the unknown. It is a reminder of the blurred divisions that separate the familiar from the mysterious, the explored from the untouched realms that still harbor nature's secrets. Such a creature commands respect in its shadowy habitat, where stories brought to life in oral traditions bolster community connections and foster an innate, reverential awe that secures these narratives beyond disbelief. These stories not only revere the environment that shelters both man and myth, but also tease apart the complex interplay between wonder and reality. Stepping into this world, the Orang Pendek becomes a lens through which we see the heart of Sumatra's mysteries, deeply imprinted on the consciousness of an island breathing with ancient rhythms. Western interest in the Orang Pendek flickered to life in the early dawns of the 20th century, when explorers and naturalists, leave-takers of the known, began returning with tales woven from direct encounters. Accounts grew from those initial encounters by Dutch colonists who reported seeing the creature caught in traps, detailing a being shaped by shared traits with humanity. Such narratives engrossed global imaginations, fed by the stories of figures like naturalist Dr. Ernest Bartels, who echoed these encounters upon the slopes of Mount Carinchi, his sightings, layered with conviction, adding heft to the global curiosity blossoming around this menagerie of forest-cloaked enigma. Persistent and insistent, these narratives threaded through time, aligning local and international points of view. Eyewitnesses described, in resonating detail, a muscular but diminutive being, wearing a coat of sparse, short hair, its face echoing human features. Such textured recollections paint portraits not of wild imaginings, but of an empirical truth awaiting clarity, urging those who follow to tread the same paths in pursuit of something rooted both in story and science. In more recent decades, technology lightens new pathways into this pursuit with precision and persistence. The dense tangle of the jungle yields slowly to those guided by the stars. Satellite imagery suspending science above untamed jungles, underpinning expeditions with the quiet hum of infrared cameras and the discrete capture of audio resonances. In these spaces, modern explorers, driven by curiosity rather than compass, strive to add layers to their understanding. Notably among them, Debbie Martyr, a journalist turned enigmatic investigator, each of her encounters adding subtle threads to this weaving of mystery. The beating heart of DNA analysis pushes the edges of understanding further than books and eyes ever could. Here, in the realm of meticulously measured genes and sequences, lies potential for revelation. Collected samples, hair, scattered scat, impressions in the earth, find pathways into the depths of labs across the globe. Though results often hover in inconclusiveness, like a mist refusing to lift, they reveal deviations hinting at existence beyond charts and classifications. Anomalies ripple through the tapestry of knowledge, nudging open doors to reflections on humanity's own evolutionary journey, prompting reminders of the breadth of Earth's untamed canvases where stories like these may yet unfold. The heartbeats of this quest intertwined deeply with the 1990s discoveries. Footprints whisper along forest trails, etching curious imprints, not merely odd shapes, but steps tracing lines between human and cryptid. These findings, shared parallels with humanity, yet distinct, beckon enthusiasts and skeptics alike into debates that ripple through scientific discourse. Alongside them lie strands of hair, rooted in laboratories under microscope scrutiny, spinning tales in their own right. The enigma of these findings paints pictures without known correlations, teasing the mind with possibilities yet beyond scientific touch. Genetic advancements enliven these pursuits, breathing curiosity into each tangled strand tested. Matching with known data comes with its own softness. Ambiguities coax wider introspection into the myriad of life forms that inhabit our narrative's fringes. Unknown. DNA, akin to deviations hidden within hominin lines, hints at cohabitations left unexplored by parchment theories. Such findings stretch into realms of future exploration, mirroring the scientists' endless dreams, guided by the promise a mere whisper of a genome may unlock. Indigenous wisdom intertwines with these tales, enriching them with centuries-drawn understanding of ecology that mere science struggles to translate. From the Suku Anak Dalam emerge narratives to which biologists listen with intense humility, mapping unknown spaces with the endurance born of lifelong habitation. Here, in these lush, ancient greenhouses, the Orang Pendek becomes not folklore nor distant myth. It becomes familiarity, an accompaniment to life's rhythm. It's firmly fixed in daily existence, wherein indigenous wisdom sketches delicate connections between environment and organism, knowledge stretching beyond empirical boundaries. This interwoven pursuit finds breath in cryptozoology, that dance of scientific possibilities and speculative beings. Fueled by profound curiosity, researchers venture into the fringes of contemporary understanding, meeting skepticism with resilience. Critics mark the discipline with cautionary tales of reticence against what cannot be held within existing taxonomy. Yet, the spirit of inquiry runs unfettered. For those driven by these stories, exploration reaches past shadowy hesitations towards validating a truth unseen but earnestly sought. In the flickering realm of modern media, these tales unfold to a hungry audience, the Orang Pendek moving not silently, but echoed through documentaries and digital domains. Swathes of curious eyes follow closely jungle's intricate paths, each step echoed in satellites' silent surveys. Even so, such proclamations demand cautious treadings. Where excitement meets embellishment, fact must cling tenaciously to the core, ensuring its portrayal drives curiosity onward without veering into fiction. By punctuating reality with glimpses of possibility, the beat of this shared tale drifts wider upon digital winds, ever balancing on celestial links. Within the shadows lies the profound significance of discovery, a resolution imbued with potent transformative potential. Recognizing a creature of hominid lineage amidst these ancient woods might ripples through the realms of evolution theory. Such a finding emboldens prompts to embrace new realms of biological thought, its implications energizing anthropological conjectures. The existence of the Orang Pendek would not merely inhabit the pages of scientific discovery. It would call forth reconsiderations of humanity's newfound narratives, a recognition deeply tied to the increasing awareness of our interconnected existence. Sumatra's jungles cradle these mysteries, and the full vibrancy of untapped ecosystems caressed by encroaching human footprints. Rising interests in such cryptids sustain critical conversations on preservation, urging for forests and wildlife sustenance against logging shadows. Inch by inch, stories of the Orang Pendek remind of protective reflexes inherent to humanity, compounding focus on nurturing what the unexplored holds. These echoing calls of conservation beat toward safeguarding ecosystems, embracing living credos, reinforcing the rightful claim of every soul beneath jungle skies to its dwelling place. Orang Pendek research intersects, bridging anthropology and biology. Discussions within broader human evolution reach deeper, broaching nuances of cohabitation amid humans and hominids. This narrative inevitably tangles with lines drawn by regions little considered through history's lens, wherein Asia carves its own genealogical ridge in human development. Such pursuits, rooted in integration with cultural hues parsed from indigenous understandings, offer the invitation to create paths unbounded by rigid canons, allowing mystery and discovery to harmonize. The allure of the unknown propels this journey, a call familiar throughout history, guiding human spirit past borders into undiscovered realms. These sacred pursuits, rooted in myth and nested within reality, stir hungers and wonders beyond empirical constraints. These creatures, like the Orang Pendek, cast anchors into brightened horizons, securing humanity's quest for knowledge and tales spun on the loom of adventure. In their presence, humanity gleams closer towards its desires, ever curious, ever reaching for the unseen as it broadens its path beyond the known world's tangents, validating the depth of dreams and realities. The legend of the Lake Tianqi monster, a tale shrouded in the whispers of ancient folklore, stretches like the shadow of a giant across centuries. Nestled within the sacred embrace of Mount Pektu, the serene waters of Lake Tianqi cradle this mystery deep within their blue heart. This tale, often likened to the fabled Loch Ness Monster of Scotland, begins in the quiet murmur of local fireside stories, where elders spoke of a serpentine dweller beneath the lake's placid surface. Over time, these whispers grew into a murmur of intrigue that reached beyond the confines of local myth and into the consciousness of explorers and scholars alike. In the quietude of Lake Tianqi, surrounded by the towering majesty of the mountains, one finds a haven untouched by the relentless march of progress. The lake, cradled by the dormant volcanic cauldron that birthed it, presents a tableau of natural wonder. With waters that stretch over 10 kilometers, cloaked in mist and mystery, it remains an untouched microcosm. The high altitude and the relative isolation of the area whisper of secrets held within the crystalline depths, secrets that might support creatures yet unseen by humankind. The volcanic origins of the lake add another layer of intrigue, suggesting a surreal ecosystem fueled by subterranean warmth, a sanctuary where life might pulse in forms unknown to modern science. As dawn broke over the 20th century, the legend gained structure, evolving from whispered folklore to documented marvel. Witnesses began to speak of encounters with a creature that defied explanation, stirring the waters with an otherworldly grace. Serpentine in form, this creature rose from the depths to etch its presence into the consciousness of its observers. These sightings, consistent and resonant over decades, wove a tapestry of belief that drew the attention of both skeptics and believers. The juxtaposition of legend and newfound evidence heralded a narrative that seduced the imagination, creating a bridge from mystical past to scientific scrutiny. As governmental interest in the mid-20th century brushed the hastening whispers with formal attention, the tale embarked on a new journey. State-controlled media painted the monster not as mere myth, but as a national curiosity worthy of investigation. The suggestion of a creature within Tianqi's azure embrace inspired expeditions supported by the authority and resources of the state, ventures that sought to unveil the enigma beneath the lake's glassy visage. These official pursuits bestowed a sense of legitimacy upon the whispers, their echoes stimulating further exploration and inquiry. The heart of this story beats with the cadence of eyewitness accounts, the lifeblood of any cryptic legend. Year after year, tales surface from those who have felt the presence of the creature, who have seen the serpentine form undulate through the waters with an elegance that defies its size. Stranger and local alike have echoed similar descriptions, uniting their experiences across time and circumstance. These narratives fortify the legend, offering continuity amid skepticism and challenge the bounds of accepted reality. As the legend sailed beyond regional borders on the wings of media, it became enshrined within popular culture's collective consciousness. The narrative blossomed into a cultural symbol, an entity immortalized by the stories that followed its journey across land and time. Documentaries and news reports spun a web of intrigue that transcended national borders, capturing imaginations hungry for stories steeped in the mysterious. This media attention has sparked a cultural phenomenon where myth, adventure, and the unexplainable converge, weaving a tapestry of fascination that persists across generations. Science, with its unyielding rationale, seeks to offer explanations for the mythos born of Lake Tianqi. Some suggest that the legend is the progeny of misidentifications, natural species seen through the distorting lens of imagination, or volcanic disturbances misread as living entities. Geologically fueled illusions might dance before an observer's eyes as shadows of reality. Yet, explanations falter against the resolute testimonies of witnesses and the detailed accounts offered by those who have glimpsed the creature's seamless grace. Such consistent descriptions float in defiance of abstract skepticism, inviting scholars to the threshold where science and story may coexist. The allure of this mystery echoes beyond China's borders, summoning scientists and explorers who chase the tale to its source. These seekers, armed with technological marvels like sonar and underwater drones, map Tianqi's hidden depths. Their quests, a symphony of collaboration, unite experts from disciplines traversing the breadth of biology, geology, and belief. These efforts reflect an intrinsic longing to peel back the veil on Earth's hidden corners, to find harmony where mystery dances with reality. In an era dominated by pixels and screens, digital eyes have turned toward the lake, capturing fleeting shadows and whispers of movement. Photographs and videos have emerged as modern testaments to the legend, their claims kindling debates across realms both academic and domestic. These artifacts of the digital age offer tantalizing glimpses, each promising clarity while simultaneously deepening the enigma. With detail and precision, experts dissect these images, ever edging closer to a truth that remains elusive, each image an offering in the ongoing dialogue between skepticism and belief. Modern technology casts an insistent light into the lake's depths, transforming exploration from speculative wonder to scientific pursuit. Utilizing advanced tools, researchers traverse the hidden topographies beneath the surface, cataloging the lake's secrets layer by layer. Despite environmental challenges, the lake's depth, the region's unpredictable weather, technology continues to probe the unknown, a beacon for those committed to unraveling Tianqi's enigma. The Lake Tianqi monster's tale threads through the fabric of global legends, its narrative resonating alongside other great water myths, such as Scotland's Nessie or Canada's Ogopogo. These stories share themes of isolation, consistency, and curiosity, echoing within the discipline of cryptozoology. In examining these parallels, scholars seek patterns that might untangle the mystery of Tianqi's elusive denizen, crafting connections and drawing lines through time and culture. Skeptics peer through the lens of discernment, insisting that the shadows of myth yield to light and sound reason. They speak of optical illusions and natural phenomena that masquerade as the extraordinary. They demand bones and physical artifacts, truths etched in stone, unmarred by fancy, to validate tales sprung from the Earth's womb. Yet it is this very skepticism that drives the legend forward, urging deeper inquiry and wielding Occam's razor to slice through the fog of speculation. Beyond the realm of scholarly discourse, the legend of the Lake Tianqi monster interlaces with local identities and cultures. For those who reside in the shadow of Mount Pektu, the creature is not merely a story, but a companion to tradition and a beacon for tourism. The tale fosters a sense of identity, a shared heritage among communities, inviting strangers into the fold to partake in the mysterious beauty of the land. Through this narrative, the lake becomes a canvas on which the region's history and aspirations are vividly painted. Steeped in mythological consciousness, the monster stands as a symbol within the human psyche, a manifestation of ancient fears and freedom, personifying the unseen that underlies our existence. The monster is the unknown risen to the surface, a metaphor for the forces beyond human comprehension that shape the sphere of reality. This interplay between symbol and story elevates the narrative, urging reflection on the nature of mysteries that hug the peripheries of understanding. Psychologists ponder the well, viewing the monster's sightings through lenses of cognition. Pareidolia, that quirk of the mind that sees faces in clouds and creatures in shadows, might fashion monsters from the play of light on water. Within Tianqi's embrace, such interpretations flit through human consciousness, blending perception with anticipation. These cognitive biases, intertwined with storytelling, perpetuate the legend, reflecting humanity's innate curiosity. The dragon's tail ripples outward, with popular media fueling its journey across the seas of time and culture. In documentaries and news, the monster's mystique is a siren call, encouraging exploration, speculative narratives, and the undying allure of the unexplained. This media coverage stitches legend into the fabric of public consciousness, granting it immortality in an ever-shifting world of stories and ideas. Yet, amid mythology and grandeur, the lake's ecological complexity must not be overlooked. A volcanic lake, such as Tianqi, presents an intricate backdrop where undiscovered species might find refuge. Its isolated waters, warmed by geothermal whispers, possess niches ripe for the unknown. The lake becoming both the cradle of legends and the scientist's domain. Such environments, however, pose challenges to the monster's viability, inviting scrutiny against the backdrop of ecological understanding. The creature is not merely an ethereal vision, but a factor in economic vitality, sparking curiosity and travel. The legend nurtures an industry that draws visitors into the lakeside embrace, a catalyst for tourism and economic expansion. This confluence of myth and commerce paints a broader portrait wherein the monster is both a guardian of local lore and a harbinger of modern connectivity, linking nature's intrigue with cultural exchange. Cryptozoology, with its alignment of myth and exploration, emerges as a bridge where science meets folklore. This discipline invites scrutiny and speculation about the creatures that inhabit the borderlands of belief, questioning the bounds of understanding. Within this field, stories like the Lake Tianqi monsters are no longer anecdotal whispers, but become fertile ground for hypothesis, observation, and potentially revelation. In this modern era, the digital sphere has become a gathering ground where communities converge over shared mysteries. Virtual headwaters flow with stories and theories, mapping the contours of idle wonder and ardent pursuit. In these digital crossings, the legend finds new life among searchers of both the arcane and the everyday, blurring the boundaries of geography and enkindling a unified curiosity. At Lake Tianqi's heart, the nexus of myth and science pulses, a beating heart where empirical works in harmony with the ephemeral. Together they craft a narrative that defies simplistic interpretation, enriching the quest for understanding as they journey through the shadowed potential of discovery. Through this symbiosis, the legend captures the spirit, driving reflection on what remains unknown. As dawn rises over this mystery, future paths lead toward new revelations, informed by collaboration and technological might. Satellite imaging and genomic analyses may unravel Tianqi's cryptic narrative, supported by alliances that merge fields and forge paths into the darkness. Here, explorers will find that the harmony of belief and evidence enriches the journey as they trace new lines through knowledge and legend. Thus, the writings of history intertwine with the present, each word a thread through time that connects the ancient to the current. The evolution of this tale reflects humanity's innate fascination with the unseen, the march of knowledge stepping carefully amid the ruins of myth. Through the examination of past and present, one finds not only a story immortalized, but also the poignant reminder of an enduring human love for that which lies just beyond reach. And so the legend of the Lake Tianqi monster endures, a testament both to the expanse of human imagination and the boundless mysteries that nature holds. In this tale, we find a mirror to our understanding, a reminder that even in an age of reason, wonder, and curiosity remain steadfast, stretching toward the horizon of the unknown. In the silent and vast expanses of the frigid Antarctic waters, whispers float like ghostly echoes through the winds. Tales of the Ningen, a creature whose name weaves meaning from the Japanese word for human. This elusive being, said to glide beneath the waves with an eerie likeness to a gigantic humanoid figure, captivates those who dare venture into these icy realms. Born from whispers aboard Japanese fishing boats in the early 2000s, the Ningen myth speaks of an enormous, milk-white creature, its opaque skin stark against the deep sea's abyss, stretching between 60 and 90 feet long, adorned with limbs and hands reminiscent of our own form. As the tales grew, so too did its legend, with accounts describing features eerily human, reflecting back a mystery yet unfathomed. Entwined with these murmurs is the realization that the Ningen, while seemingly concocted from the fancies of modern myth, steps from the shadows of ancient sea legends, stories that have stirred humanity's imagination since time out of mind. What breathes life into the Ningen legend in our present age is the intersection of this old soul with the relentless curiosity and scrutiny of today's scientific and paranormal investigators, a swirling dance between old whispers and new conjecture. With each tale retold, each witness asserting their strange encounter upon the open seas, the tapestry of the Ningen's existence was stitched tighter into the cultural consciousness, steadfast against the tide of skepticism that laps at its edges. A creature at once profound and elusive, the Ningen eludes the grasp of scientific consensus, yet remains firmly ensconced in the realm of our collective wonder. When the winds blow cold and the night settles dense upon the Antarctic waters, it is in these moments that the Ningen finds its genesis. Japanese fishing crews, navigating the Southern Ocean, spun tales from the disorienting dance of shadows on icy waves, each story whispered beneath the stars. They spoke of enormous beings surfacing in darkness, their pale forms catching the moonlight in ghostly embrace, with the sea agitated as though stirred by the passage of something immense. These are accounts of eyes, blank and soulful, gazing with unsettling comprehension, impressions mirrored and shared among crews, echoing the strange familiarity of its human-like form. It began on tongues and was carried forth by fingers tapping over keyboards in hidden corners of the internet. Japanese forums awash with animations and digital whispers, carrying these tales to eager readers who found in them the chill of awe. The mainstream media, too, turned its gaze, urging scientists to peer deeper into the shadows of these tales, asking what might lie hidden beneath the titanic waves. Photographs and videos, although shrouded in the blur of uncertainty, began emerging from these stormy seas, a testament as much to human imagination as to the endless mystery of the ocean. Grainy, distant images, engendering doubt as much as belief, fed this quiet phenomena with fuel. One video became a beacon among the believers, displaying a vast white figure dancing in the waters beside an expedition vessel, its fluid movements likened to that of arms swaying beneath the waves. Although the footage lacks definitive proof, it sparks a fire of discussion, each pixel scrutinized in depth and color within the niche circles of cryptid enthusiasts and beyond. Amidst this digital dialogue, skeptics propose answers grounded in the familiar, mistaking albino whales or ice formations, or perhaps shadows painted large beneath a manipulative light. Despite this, the Ningen shines luminous in the collective dreamscape, fed by hope and imagination and the eternal allure of the unresolved. Antarctica stands at the crux of this legend, its very essence a testament to the mystery it guards beneath its relentless white embrace. The last great frontier, a landscape of forbidding cold and austere beauty, where human footfalls are few and secrets lay frozen in time's timeless cradle. In its vastness, some hear the call of forgotten possibilities, and some see in the Ningen the echo of creatures long hidden from the eyes of man, a whisper of prehistoric ghosts locked in an eternal waltz beneath the ice. In its icy embrace thrives life unseen, unfathomable in its depth, all serving as silent witness to the boundless potential of undiscovered truths that lie cocooned beneath Antarctica's snowbound shell. As the world spins toward its mysteries, the spell of the Ningen continues to weave its threads of wonder and fear, a ghostly sentinel over the uncharted depths. The Ningen is but one among a vaunted lineage of aquatic cryptids, the creatures of folklore that instruct and fascinate across time and waters. Beings like Caddy from Canada or Australia's Bunyip, casting long shadows over human fear of the unknown depths, form a pantheon to which the Ningen now belongs. These creatures form an ocean-wide web of tales, knitted by shared cultural fascinations with the marine mystique that bounds us to the myths of the deep. They call from the spaces between ancient tradition and present-day exploration, bridging worlds and times with their mysteries and perhaps truths. The Ningen's presumed presence extends an invitation to ponder, to breach the borderland of known aquatic life and find there realms unseen by modern science. Yet, against this tapestry laid by believers is the skeptic's hand, that ever-companion to mystery. Skeptics remind us of our ability for error, of how easily the dance of light and shadow can mislead our eager eyes. They offer resolutions rooted in the ordinary, redirecting the unknown toward natural phenomena observed through the lenses of scientific sobriety. The shifting Antarctic nightscape, where the eye seeks patterns amidst tumultuous seas, grants credence to their assertions. Albino whales, icebergs adrift in an endless ballet, illusions sculpted by anxious minds yearning for wonder amid the mundane rigors of isolation. But as much as the skeptic seeks to dismantle the myth, their inquiries breathe curiosity into the burgeoning dialogue, fueling an eternal interplay between believer and disbeliever, binding us together in the web of inquiry spinning its threads across the spiritual and the tangible world. Efforts to unravel the truth behind the Ningen sightings are propelled by the same fire that drives all who seek that shimmering boundary between known and unknown. The unextinguished curiosity of cryptozoologists and marine biologists collude beneath the Antarctic's waves, armed not with harpoons, but with sonar pulses and robotic emissaries that delve deeper than human lungs might dare. In these pursuits lies the hope and promise that one day, perhaps, our technologies will clear the waters enough to glimpse, with clarity, creatures cloaked in the abyss. Yet, as waves wash upon the edges of our understanding, we are reminded that every venture into the unknown must embrace the complexity of revealing the hidden truths nestled in the depths. The Ningen's myth has transcended the confines of cryptid enthusiasm, finding a niche in popular consciousness, seeping into the folds of various artistic realms. Its tale is one that resonates with creators, each imbibing its themes of identity and otherness with a creative spirit. The Ningen embodies stories told in new and evolving mediums, stroking the fears and fascinations of otherness, reflected in a being so alike, yet so foreign. It is this humanoid specter that blends seamlessly into narrative arcs, exploring themes timeless, yet ever renewed, concepts of belonging and of alien landscapes within. This storied mystery chimes a psychological chord, drawing us to the humanoid form that haunts endless realms of folklore. In the Ningen, some see reflections of archetypes seated deep within our collective unconscious, where kinship and menace entwine. Jungian echoes play here, resisting resolution, reflecting existential drives for self-recognition and the eternal dance with shadow selves. Here, inquiries delve into why we, as a species, find reverence in these ghostly forms, considering profound introspections of identity and the borders of understanding that shape our experiences. At the heart of the Ningen story lies the essence of human curiosity, a force unyielding in its pursuit of knowledge from amid the shadows. It is a narrative woven of the fearsome yet fascinating unknown, igniting in us the need to catalog, to comprehend, and in doing so, perhaps find our shared place amid the vast mysteries of our oceans. Such remains our calling, to embrace, to unravel, and to swim alongside the possibilities this world chances for us to believe. In a world resonating with echoes of cryptids both far and wide, the Ningen joins a lineage of legends unrestrained by either time or place, a testament to the unifying power of shared imaginings. These stories speak to our universal quest for understanding, bridging cultures and people with threads of mystery that tie together our separate yet interwoven destinies. They give rise to dialogues without borders, where humanity finds commonality in awe, spawning affinities far beyond geographic proximities. We live in a time where technology uplifts the exploration of such myths into achievable pursuits. Through machines that peer beneath icy veils and computerized dialogues that extend even to the heart of our homes, we connect in shared quest, rekindling stories ancient and new. The era of globalization unlocks a multitude of collaborations, fanning curiosity into a flame that may yet reveal truths blurred along Antarctica's horizon. Artists and scientists dance along the same frontier, exploring through different, complementary lenses to preserve mysteries and pursue knowledge with equal fascination. They tell of the Ningen and its kin through varied canvases, entwining creative interpretations that reflect human fascination with the unknown. This is the alchemy of myth and research, whereby each discipline enriches the other, bound by the enigmatic chiaroscuro of our evolution. Ethical questions resonate within this discourse, challenging us to respect both tradition and innovation as we explore cryptid tales. Here lies our test: to tread lightly between respecting heritage and dissecting fiction, to honor ancestral myths while nurturing fresh ideas born from advancing technologies. Ultimately, we are left with the reverence for stories handed down through generations like ancient scrolls, entrusted to us with the utmost respect. In reflection of the Ningen tale's enduring nature, we glimpse the borders of our known world, where myths endure in the steadfast reaching of their tendrils into the hearts of those who dare to seek beyond the veil of certainty. Each retelling ensures its immortality, echoed through a world ever captivated by that which remains not fully understood. Yet this mystery remains at the core of our greatest stories, those flames of imagination inviting us to sit by their warmth. As the pages of cryptozoology turn, shaped by science and folklore alike, they herald narratives that evolve to echo with modern resonance, stories seamlessly woven with precision and wonder. As technological revelations converge with age-old tellings, the bridge between fact and fantasy blurs, brought into sharp relief by discoveries yet awaited. In this matrix of curiosity, the encrypted table of the ages continues to unfold, sustaining the symbiotic dance of myth and revelation. the Ningen emerges from a legacy of cryptids stretching through history, each creature a signpost, drawing the narratives of ancestors into our present sphere. From primordial lore to the echoes trouvées de rêve, these stories minstrels reanimate across the ages' twilight, connecting epochs past with the unfolding agora. Antarctica, seated firmly on the world's toe, remains a temple to the mysteries of biology, and no less, mystique. Frozen and pure, it cradles untold riches within layer cakes of ice and history, a manuscript awaiting the thawing breath of understanding. The narrative of the Ningen finds footing on this bedrock, buoyed on untrodden inquiry reaching ever toward tomorrow. Ultimately, the Ningen legacy calls us to listen to the winds of mystery and to understand that in this listening, we connect to the greatest human tradition, the art of storytelling. Between silence and sea, nurtured by both tradition and science, these stories rise, poignantly aglow, beckoning us into the heart memory of our mythic past. Let them anchor us to our infinite wonder, that in gazing into oceans yet unexplored, we find in ourselves the explorers born anew. In the hushed fields and shadowed woods of Elkhorn, Wisconsin, whispers of the Beast of Bray Road wind through the air like evening fog. The legend of this mysterious creature, often described as a formidable wolfman, took root in the 1980s, spreading through the community like wildfire. Eyewitnesses recount encounters with a towering figure, standing over 6 feet tall, its muscular limbs covered in thick, wolf-like fur. A muzzle akin to that of a wolf completes its fearsome visage, captivating cryptid enthusiasts worldwide as they puzzle over the elusive nature of this being. Despite skepticism, ongoing sightings suggest that this is more than mere folklore. The beast might truly traverse the lands around Bray Road. As the tales grew, so did media attention, drawing cryptozoologists and curious visitors to Elkhorn. These investigations only deepened the allure of the beast, mingling skepticism with belief as people sought to glimpse the creature for themselves. Explanations ranged from misidentified wildlife to spiritual folklore enriched by the region's indigenous legends. The legend, much like those of Bigfoot and the Loch Ness Monster, endures, an enigmatic piece of contemporary mythology captivating believers and skeptics alike. Weaving through the tapestry of this lore are the first-hand accounts of those who claim to have witnessed the beast. One such tale speaks of a young dairy farmer who, while driving at dusk, saw the creature crouched beside the road, gnawing on roadkill. The memory of its unnaturally large, muscular form, those glowing eyes, and its menacing presence is etched vividly into her mind. Another encounter involves 2 friends who, enveloped in the night's fog, came upon the creature, its wolf-like features briefly emerging as the mist parted. Encounters like these bolster the tale, layering each story with the weight of personal experience, infusing the community with both awe and unease. Yet, long before the beast took hold of modern imagination, legends of wolf-like entities prowled these lands. Indigenous peoples revered the wolf as a spiritual creature, capable of moving between worlds, a guardian and protector. Stories of shapeshifters and otherworldly beings wove themselves into the region's lore, binding spiritual and supernatural threads into the broader fabric of Bray Road's mysteries. These ancient narratives suggest a connection to the land itself, hinting at deeper roots for the beast's legend. Within this realm of wonder and fear, cryptozoologists tread carefully. Marrying scientific inquiry with the mysteries of folklore, they dissect witness accounts and scour physical evidence. They search for elusive patterns, setting up cameras and traps, and even analyzing traces like footprints or fur samples. Yet, despite careful study, the beast eludes definitive capture, leaving scientists to propose alternative explanations. These range from misidentified bears or wolves to the possibility of undiscovered species exhibiting rare behavioral traits. While science seeks rational explanations, the power of fear molds collective consciousness. Psychologists find fertile ground in the study of cryptid folklore like that of the Beast of Gévaudan. Adrenaline and fear often magnify perceptions, melding imagination with reality as communities forge myths that shield or explain unexplained phenomena. The beast's enduring presence in popular imagination invites reflection on human archetypes, connecting ancient fears with the modern unknown. Thus, the legend entwines itself with the everyday lives of locals, integrating into the cultural identity of the region. Stories shared around community gatherings and festivals immortalize the beast, strengthening its mythos with each retelling. The tale becomes a conduit for cultural values, a vessel of wisdom and tradition. Artists, authors, and filmmakers enhance the narrative, drawing inspiration from the beast's legend in their creations, ensuring its continued evolution and relevance. Pragmatic minds, meanwhile, suggest rational explanations, positing the beast as a mere illusion born from shadows and night creatures. In the expansive wilderness, observers might easily misinterpret wolves or bears in the fall of dusk. But believers contest these interpretations, pointing to consistent details across independent accounts that defy mere misidentification. They propose the idea that environmental changes or possible animal hybrids could account for anomalous behaviors, challenging traditional science to revisit its boundaries. Understanding these phenomena also means respecting indigenous wisdom, which offers a different lens through which to view the beast. Native American perspectives enrich the tale, casting the creature as a guardian spirit rather than a monster. This viewpoint fosters a broader understanding of the creature's role, inviting dialogue that bridges cultural divides and highlights the importance of ancient traditions. Simultaneously, media has played an instrumental role in the beast's narrative. From documentaries to tabloid stories, each retelling enhances the myth, sometimes sacrificing skepticism for a richer storyline. Filmmakers explore the philosophical and cultural facets of the beast, adding layers of complexity to how it is perceived by audiences both local and worldwide. Beyond media portrayals, pop culture absorbs the Beast of Gévaudan, threading it into the fabric of modern fiction and online discussions. Films and books draw upon the legend, infusing horror and sci-fi elements that appeal to a broad audience while adding complexity to the original tale. The internet carries the myth forward, ensuring its presence in blogs, memes, and forums, a testament to its cultural persistence. Even in the face of skepticism, the beast's mystery entices explorers and researchers to quest for tangible proof. Expeditions continue, traversing traditional scientific protocols while embracing the excitement and curiosity that define humanity's quest for discovery. Despite the lack of conclusive evidence, each journey contributes a new dimension to the legend, illustrating the seamless blend of rational inquiry and the ineffable spirit of adventure. Thus, the Beast of Gévaudan remains an enduring enigma, a narrative woven from the threads of spiritual folklore, scientific pondering, and psychological intrigue. It straddles the realms of known and unknown, a creature of mystery and wonder, whose legend flourishes within the landscape of collective imagination. As the story unfolds, it offers a mirror to human nature, reflecting the ever-present blend of fact and myth in mankind's ongoing journey to understand the world. In the heart of Oklahoma, where lakes shimmer under the expansive sky, a legend stirs the waters with whispers of dread and wonder. It is the tale of the Oklahoma octopus, a creature of shadowy depths that has emerged from the fabric of local folklore to haunt the imagination of those who reside near its alleged domain. This unsettling story clings to the memory of unexplained drownings and cryptic sightings, an eerie accompaniment to the gentle lapping of waves against the shores of Lake Thunderbird, Uloga Lake, and Lake Tenkiller. These bodies of water, once merely recreational havens, now bear the weight of a mystery. Could a massive cephalopod truly lurk beneath their surface, evading discovery, yet pulling the unsuspecting to a watery grave? As the stories persist and evolve, they weave a complex tapestry that entices both believers and skeptics alike, capturing the collective fears of a community caught between the known and the unknowable. This legend, like a vine reaching through time, finds its roots entwined with ancient tales of water monsters that have graced the folklore of countless cultures. Among the indigenous peoples of this region, stories have long been told of creatures dwelling in the depths, protectors of sacred waters, both feared and revered. These narratives, echoing the cautionary tales from far-off lands like Scotland's Loch Ness Monster or Canada's Ogopogo, reflect a universal human captivation with the mysteries lying beneath the surface. Water, the source of life, is also a domain of danger and unpredictability, a threshold between worlds where the familiar meets the unknown. Through the eyes of both early settlers and native tribes, large bodies of water were perceived as life-giving, yet perilous, their depths hiding secrets that could not be easily fathomed. The modern chapter of this tale is penned by eyewitnesses whose accounts of the Oklahoma octopus bring with them a strange mix of awe and terror. Locals tell of encounters with a reddish cephalopod, its tentacles moving languidly like specters across the water's surface. Such sightings are frequently linked to tragic drownings, with witnesses claiming to see thrashing forms beneath the water, suggestive of an unseen entity pulling its victims below. These accounts, though lacking tangible evidence, provide glimpses into a creature's profile that exists somewhere at the crossroads of myth and possible reality. Psychologically, such accounts hold a mirror to the community's unspoken fears and anxieties. It is notable how reports of sightings often spike around anniversaries of infamous drownings or coincide with times of social unrest. Perhaps the monster's visage is but a projection of deeper communal tensions, a grim specter symbolizing that which cannot be governed or understood. His captivating presence serves as a vessel for collective emotions, enabling communities to process afloat the inexplicable and give form to their fears and hopes. Delving into the local lore, one finds a history punctuated by mysterious drownings that continue to puzzle both locals and authorities. Official records document seasoned swimmers vanishing without a trace, or found in conditions that defy simple explanation. To many, these occurrences suggest more than mere accidents, hinting instead at the malevolent hand of an elusive predator. In the minds of those who live near these lakes, the legendary octopus becomes a means to externalize chaos, offering a semblance of order amidst the chaos of tragedy. For those who approach this enigma from a cryptozoological perspective, the Oklahoma octopus is not just a phantom of the imagination, but a potential undiscovered species, residing and thriving in the liminal spaces of freshwater environments. Cast aside by traditional science, These theorists argue for the legitimacy of the creature's existence, calling for investigation into unexplained phenomena around the lakes. Herein lies a fascinating interplay between science and myth, as cryptozoologists deploy modern methodologies like sonar mapping and environmental DNA sampling, striving to bridge the gap between legend and reality. Descriptions of the creature, with its ghostly tentacled form and reddish hue, stand in stark contrast to known cephalopod characteristics, igniting speculation about its mysterious origins. Witnesses recount its intelligent gaze, seeking some recognition in the depths, sparking debates about its possible adaptations to a freshwater habitat. While skeptics view these attributes with skepticism, proponents of the octopus myth point to examples of other unlikely adaptations in nature, invoking the evolutionary narrative of resilience and change. The scientific community largely regards the tale with skepticism, arguing that the physiological challenges such a creature would face in freshwater make its existence unlikely. Yet, even within the confines of critique, the legend beckons a curious few to explore the uncharted territories of understanding and the limits of ecology, driving discussions that blur the lines between empirical evidence and imaginative possibility. Myths of aquatic leviathans stretch across the globe, bridging cultures through their portrayal of creatures born from water's enigmatic grip. These stories, whether they be of the Oklahoma octopus or its kin across oceans, resonate with themes of guardianship, peril, and humanity's intimate link with nature. Analyzing these similarities reveals universal patterns of mythology, providing insight into shared human experiences that transcend borders and time. The legend's cultural footprint finds its reflection in media portrayals and artistic expressions, where it transcends from local curiosity to a symbol rich in metaphor and meaning. This modern amplification through television specials, blog posts, and viral videos breathes life into the tale anew, weaving it further into the fabric of collective consciousness. The octopus becomes more than a creature, but a metaphor for humanity's struggle with the unknown. A muse that beckons artists and storytellers to explore its depths in their work. Water, as a symbolic element, plays a critical role in these stories, evoking both sustenance and threat, life and obliteration. Within this duality, myths invite introspection into the human psyche, resonating with primal fears while offering a mirror to our fascination with nature's power. Across cultures, water becomes a threshold, a passage between worlds where mythic beings reside. Viewed through a psychological lens, the octopus serves as an archetype of humanity's endless fascination with the hidden realms of both the natural world and the mind. Here, Jungian perspectives find footing, suggesting the creature as a manifestation of the subconscious, an embodiment of the unpredictable and the unknown. It signifies our internal struggles against chaos, challenging perceptions of control and stability. Beyond the realm of imagination, the legend flows into the economic lifeblood of local communities, offering a draw for tourism and cultural engagement. Festivals and tours themed around the octopus's mystery not only captivate tourists, but enrich the local economic fabric, symbolizing the power of storytelling to transcend its own narrative borders. The myths thread through ecological consciousness, positing reflections on how humans interact with and impact nature. The legend's endurance and allure highlight a broader dialogue about conservation, the impact of ecological imbalance, and the stories that help us navigate this interplay. Resonances of the Oklahoma octopus myth echo across cultures, drawing parallels with legends from diverse regions. From tribal water spirits to mythic sea beings, These stories underscore a shared reverence for water's secretive depths. Cultural and psychological commonalities provide a space for understanding, exploring these myths as frameworks that illuminate broader human concerns. In the realm of the modern digital age, the myth thrives on technological platforms, reshaping its narrative through the exigency of the internet. The immediacy of digital connection empowers storytellers and communities, spreading this folklore far beyond geographical confines, further enmeshing it in the lively tapestry of global storytelling. The enduring allure of the octopus has prompted scientific exploration and discourse, witnessing the convergence of new technologies with ancient lore. Innovations like sonar detection and advanced sampling techniques forge pathways into the aquatic unknown, sparking new dialogues between empirical science and the eldritch whispers of legend. In the spaces of ritual and ceremony, the legend of the octopus manifests in shared cultural practices, celebrating its place within the community. Through festivals and communal gatherings, societies engage with the myth, weaving personal and collective threads into the broader tapestry of regional identity. Artists and creatives are drawn to the octopus narrative, inviting it into the realms of literature, visual arts, and performance. The creature's mystique inspires a renaissance of mythic interpretations, where the line between folklore and artistic vision blurs to inspire and enlighten. In contemplating the social implications, the myth offers a lens through which societal narratives of fear, belief, and imagination can be examined. The octopus stands as a cultural narrative bearing reflective power. It captures the dynamism of belief, skepticism, and the poignant quest for understanding present across every retelling. Cultural identity finds resonance through the shared reverence of such myths, infusing a sense of belonging and historical continuity. Stories like that of the Oklahoma octopus navigate the collective consciousness, fortifying regional character while celebrating the enduring connection that myths provide across communities. Media coverage continues to document encounters with the octopus, etching the creature into the wider cultural memory with each report and reenactment. The media acts as the scribe of the myth, perpetuating its mystique and ensuring its place in public discourse. As the narrative unfolds, the octopus becomes a symbol, its metaphorical resonance delving into broader human themes. Its portrayal captures the imagination, prompting reflection on nature's complexity and humanity's quest to uncover the profound truths hidden behind nature's grandeur. Tourism built on these legends creates a vibrant exchange, marrying economic development with cultural appreciation. The narrative of the Oklahoma octopus, in its captivating dance between the real and the mystical, enriches the cultural landscape, forging connections between the imaginary and tangible realities of community life. In every corner of the world, stories of enigmatic creatures and cryptids continue to enthrall us, whispering from the fringes of our collective consciousness. Even as advancements in science and technology illuminate many of nature's mysteries, these beings elude definition, challenging the boundaries of knowledge and sparking an enduring curiosity. The tales woven around these creatures are not mere flights of fancy, but are embedded in the rich tapestries of cultures and communities that nurture them, each story a delicate thread contributing to the intricate weave of the unknown. Across societies, the presence of the inexplicable weaves its own narrative. From hushed whispers in shadowed halls to public declarations, each story unites us in a human curiosity that scratches at the walls of our understanding. These creatures, whether figments of imagination or glimpses into realities beyond our perception, urge us to question what they embody and their impact on how we perceive our world. As we navigate this catalog, we are invited to succumb to the mysteries of the cosmos, understanding that in seeking the unknown, we circle back to a fundamental part of our nature, an innate desire to explore beyond the delineated margins of our reality. Delving into cryptid lore means immersing oneself in the cultural ecosystems that give rise to such myths. In Scotland, the Loch Ness Monster is more than a shadow in the water. It is a symbol of national identity, woven into the very fabric of highland life. Across the vast Himalayas, the Yeti commands a similar reverence, seen both as a tangible presence and a spiritual sentinel. By examining these cultural contexts, we gain insight into how these stories mold societal worldviews and the universal psyche, offering profound interpretations that link human consciousness to the world and each other through shared myth. Often, the tales of these creatures act as allegories, reflections of societal concerns and aspirations, bearing the weight of human emotion as they traverse the bridges between imagination and reality. The legend of Sasquatch, with its towering form veiled in the emerald cloaks of North American forests, might symbolize a primal yearning for untouched wilderness amidst a rapidly modernizing world. Each of these cryptid narratives becomes, therefore, not a simple recounting of encounters with the unknown, but a lens through which we view varied experiences and interactions with nature, society, and self. Despite a scarcity of definitive proof, physical remnants often serve as tantalizing portals into the realm of these ethereal beings. Footprints found deep in the wilderness, strands of mysterious fur, and unusual formations in untouched landscapes present tangible connections to the elusive world of cryptids. These traces, though frequently studied under microscopes of scientific scrutiny, often yield results as nebulous as the creatures they are supposed to represent, providing fertile ground for the twin gardens of belief and skepticism to flourish. The analysis of these potential artifacts typically engages a broad spectrum of disciplines: zoology, anthropology, and forensic science, as each whispers an interpretation of the cryptid realm. While some discoveries ignite public imagination and fan the flames of debate, they also serve to anchor these mysterious tales within a broader context, encouraging ongoing inquiry into mysteries, yet to unclasp their secrets to the light of understanding. One of the most compelling aspects of cryptid reports is the frequent occurrence of multiple witness accounts, stories shared by diverse voices, each adding gravitas and intrigue to the unfolding mystery. Such accounts, where individuals from varied walks of life describe similar experiences, often challenge the rigidity of skepticism by painting pictures with consistent hues. These collective narratives offer compelling testimony that reverberates beyond isolated tales, prompting us to examine the intricate dances between reality and human perception. Even as skeptics draw lines around such encounters, questioning the entanglement of psychology and suggestion in generating shared experiences, group sightings often lend a strength that isolated whispers lack. These collective voices sometimes ripple beyond local lore, pressing deeper investigations and, occasionally, official inquiry. Such endeavors highlight the delicate equilibrium between belief and science, challenging us to explore whether these shared encounters uncover hidden truths about the world or reveal the curious quirks of human nature. Around the globe, governments, too, find themselves drawn into the orbit of these legends, responding to reports that capture public fascination and pique communal concern. These responses, involving research teams, military forays, or cultural acknowledgments, illustrate the remarkable influence cryptid stories exert on societal consciousness. While such efforts at times lend a semblance of legitimacy to the myths they explore, they may also be fueled by broader agendas, encompassing cultural pride or government responsibility to address public fears. Official reactions to cryptid phenomena vary wildly, reflecting the rich diversity of approaches rooted in cultural and political contexts. From embracing these narratives as heritage tourism to prioritizing scientific skepticism, governmental responses paint a complex tableau of myth-meeting policy. In navigating the terrain between fantastical lore and pragmatic reality, they underscore the broader reach cryptids have within societal dynamics and reveal how communities balance the intangible with the tangible. Cryptids beckon us to consider their origins and evolution, pushing beyond the veil of myth to probe depths where science and speculation converge. The possibility that these beings represent remnants of ancient eras or evolutionary outliers invites reflection on the unknown chapters of biological history, hidden amidst evolution's vast, untamed saga. Whether seen as corporeal entities sidelined by extinction's march or spontaneous anomalies in nature's genetic theater, such theories invigorate our pursuit of understanding within nature's apparently infinite adaptability. Conversely, ethereal interpretations propose that cryptids may traverse dimensions, their threads interwoven with metaphysical fabrics beyond human sight. Drawing from indigenous wisdom and mysticism, these theories suggest realms flushing with hidden currents of presence, realms that occasionally bleed into our own in moments of alignment or perturbation. In contemplating these narratives, we witness a tribute to the boundless complexity of cosmic existence, an acknowledgement that our grasp on reality remains as tenuous as the mists shrouding these enigmatic forms. At their heart, cryptid encounters engage with the intricacies of human perception, offering a delicate ballet where psychology and reality twirl in unpredictable syncopation. Perception bends to expectation and context, suggesting that the creatures observed may form from stress or anticipation, blending with environmental prompts. Here, the study of human cognition promises insight into the workings of the mind when faced with phenomena that slip through our understanding like sand through welcoming fingers. The psychological imprints of such encounters are undeniable, as nerves trace experiences genuinely felt, even if not empirically substantiated. These moments can resonate deeply, prompting transformations in worldview or propelling individuals on quests for deeper meaning. Whether shaped by skepticism or belief, these perceptions offer enlightening perspectives on how we engage with stories of the mysterious, opening avenues to examine the intertwining paths of reality and human imagination. The media's role in popularizing cryptid tales cannot be overstated, as news outlets and digital platforms amplify these myths beyond the bounds of their origins. By framing narratives through lenses of excitement, fear, or mystery, the media crafts public perception, guiding audience members through a journey that transcends linear storytelling. This blend of fact and imagination invites both reflection and critique, demonstrating the media's potent influence over collective curiosity and belief. In the digital age, cryptid lore thrives, carved into virtual spaces where enthusiasts gather to discuss, debate, and share insight across boundaries geographical and philosophical. This interconnected tapestry of narratives weaves disparate voices into a shared discourse, sparking exchanges that bridge culture and knowledge. As the mysterious spreads across digital planes, stories evolve, ever expanding to touch hearts and minds like whispers on an ever-shifting breeze. While the scientific community approaches cryptid tales with necessary caution, the potential rewards of open inquiry beckon inquisitive minds to explore these darkened paths with an eye for discovery. Engaging these legends with scientific rigor and exploratory curiosity invites unexpected insights, championing a harmonious dance between empiricism and wonder. In the pursuit of the unknown, researchers stand poised, eager to learn what lies within stories told between the lines of folklore and experience. The blending of ancient mythos with modern landscapes marks cryptid legends as symbols of continuity, resonating with the ancient call for mystery, reborn into contemporary dialogue. Stories of old weave themselves into the narratives of now, bridging the divide between what was and what is becoming. Here, tales reshape, adapting to new contexts while holding firm to the cultural bedrock that anchors them. As technology evolves, so too do avenues of exploration, as advancements empower researchers to explore the cryptid realm with tools of precision and perseverance. Drones illuminate the darkened corners of wildernesses, while online forums connect communities, fostering collaboration and driving dialogue. Yet with technology's promise comes the necessity for discernment, navigating misinformation and ensuring the integrity of inquiry in a landscape rife with shadows and possibility. In regions where lore transforms to legend, cryptid tourism thrives, drawing the curious and adventurous to the stories etched in the land and sky. Whether drawing from Loch Ness or the dense forests of the Pacific Northwest, these narratives invite exploration and celebration, blending economic vitality with cultural resonance. While care must be taken to balance the allure with respect for these stories' origins, cryptid tourism underscores the evolving relationship between myth and livelihood. Navigating the ethical dimensions of cryptid research demands a nuanced understanding of cultural contexts and environmental impacts. Respect for indigenous narratives and sacred spaces dovetails with the responsibility to engage in sustainable exploration, ensuring that the pursuit of discovery honors both the stories it seeks and the ecosystems it inhabits. By acknowledging these ethics, researchers chart a course through the confluence of myth and reality, fueled by respect and wonder. Cryptid stories echo across continents, crossing lines of geography and culture to weave a tapestry of shared intrigue. From the dense jungles of the Amazon to Siberia's frozen expanse, each land and people contribute their myths to a global chorus that spans the human experience. By tracing these interactions, we glimpse a universal language of fascination that binds societies together through their common dialogue with mystery. In the embrace of lake monsters, we find an enduring emblem of collective doubt and belief, a reminder of the depths beneath still waters where secrets dwell. Symbols of transformation and mystery, these aquatic denizens entice with their swirling tales, urging us to contemplate the water's edge where reality blurs. As they lure with whispers of the unattainable, these creatures mirror our quest to understand all that lies beyond. High above, cryptids glide through wind-swept skies, narratives as unfettered as the clouds that cradle them. The Mothmen, the Thunderbirds, creatures that challenge the flightless confines of our perception, each tale an exploration of realms where the natural and supernatural coalesce. By spreading these stories outwards, we peer upwards into the boundless ether, seeking new pathways and possibilities that mirror the horizon sprawling endlessly before us. Beneath dense canopies, shadowy beings tread silently, cast from the stories of time and tangled leaves. In their presence, forests whisper of remnants, both timeless and transient, beckoning those who wander toward hidden truths and untrammeled paths. Here, we find echoes of ancient archetypes, narrative shadows that cast long lines joining present to past, blurring the boundaries of a world perceived. The quest for cryptids embodies challenges both physical and internal, requiring steadfast determination and adaptability. This exploration is not defined in isolated risks, but through collective yearning and the courage to embrace mystery, no matter the uncertainty of the journey. In navigating dense jungles and icy tundra, we traverse landscapes within and without, journeys etched into the human spirit with ink indelible. For all their mystery, cryptids highlight fundamental truths of environmental stewardship, underscoring a need to respect and conserve their realms. By nurturing these habitats, we safeguard the ecosystems that sustain the stories and the marvels they encompass. Whether marked by conservation initiatives or scientific inquiry, each endeavor reinforces the timeless interplay between myth-making and preservation, a calling to cherish the world that unfolds before us. Cryptid lore often serves as a mirror, reflecting social themes and anxieties of change. During pivotal moments in history, these narratives facilitate conversations about cultural identity, survival, and the unknown landscapes of progress. As we untangle these stories' threads from their cultural contexts, they reveal the vital dialogues that shape human understanding, inviting introspective journeys into cultures striving to preserve what was and what might be. As cultural icons, cryptids captivate the tapestry of popular imagination, weaving tales anew through media, folklore, and entertainment. They serve as vehicles of exploration, reflection, and artistry, continually reshaping to fit the times, yet always retaining their allure. In each artistic rendition, we see both reflections of creativity and echoes of questioning, wonder born into new life. Looking forward, the future of cryptid research invites a synthesis of technology and timeless questing spirit. New methodologies promise untold revelations, expanding our understanding while beckoning interdisciplinary collaboration that bridges science, folklore, and beyond. Through the continuous pull between discovery and myth, cryptids remind us to hold fast to curiosity, embracing the nuances that define both the world and our place within it. Finally, it is the mysteries these creatures harbor that draw us, time and again, toward realms unseen. They articulate our longing to dance upon the edge of knowledge and imagination, reaching out to the cosmos with curiosity undeterred. Through cryptids, we pay homage to the mysteries that remain as both an end and a beginning, stepping stones toward understanding and paths unwritten. In concluding this journey through the catalog of the unknown, we are reminded of the profound impact these enigmatic tales have on the soul. These stories call us to embark upon adventures of thought and spirit, urging us ever toward the horizon, where knowledge and mystery commingle. Whether through the clarity of science or the fog of folklore, our exploration stands as a testament to humanity's own winding path through the mysteries and marvels of existence.